Good morning, everyone. We are live and we have our speakers who are online this morning. Thank you very much for everyone joining offline. Before we start, just a reminder that we have a full list of participants, both offline and online. You can collect your copy from our B2B zone. Please have a look because we have a lot of participants who are taking part online and we are committed to helping you to network with those people. So you can collect your copy, you can indicate online participants you would like to meet with, and we will arrange online meetings and introductions for you. Thank you. And now I'm really happy to introduce the moderator of this session, Ton Nijnstein from FMO. Ton, thank you so much for joining online, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Inessa. It's a pleasure to be online and visible also, let's say, at the conference in Romania. It's a hybrid. I hope you have had a very good day yesterday with a lot of government officials presenting the regional outlooks which were given to you. And of course, there was quite some interaction on the on and offshore wind industry. For today, we have, let's say, a full day with, in the morning, the focus on the financing of renewables and topics related to that. In the afternoon, it will be continued with focus on innovative green hydrogen and things like that, and also on the regional investment climate. This morning, we have, let's say, a group of estimated speakers. And I will start with the sequence of them presenting. First, and this is after my presentation, which I will introduce after that. It's Matti P. Parinen from the Green for Growth Fund. And he will present his company acting in the Black Sea region. Followed by Bernard Atlan. He's from the IFC. And he will talk about public and private partnerships in renewables. And thereafter we have Christina. She's from the EIB, the European Investment Bank, and she will touch upon the merchant risks associated with renewables. Thereafter, and she's not yet on screen, we have Roxanne Simon Lois. She's from the EBRD, and she will talk about financing renewables in Romania, which is, of course, the location of this conference. Welcome, Roxana. I see you just joined.
Hello.
Thereafter, we have Teras. He is from the Private Financing Advisory Network, as I'm hopefully correctly. And he's also talking about his company acting in the Black Sea region. Thereafter, we have Inger Elizabeth Strand-Kani, and she's director for an energy program between Romania and Norway, and she will talk about, let's say, this technical assistance program with open calls and success stories. But I would like to start with, let's say, a topic which maybe government officials don't like, and maybe other people as well, on energy transition, taxation, and financing renewables. And there too, I will, let's say, share my screen with you. And I need some time for that. And let me see, just the slideshow, I should start from the beginning, of course. I think, and I hope that everything is visible to you. I'll start with an introduction, followed by a few slides on energy transition. Thereafter, I will focus on fiscal policies and taxation, with the impact on renewables and the financing of renewables. And I close with an overview of products and services from FMO. Taxation is like, let's say, a topic full of emotions, and it will turn the world upside down if you like it, you can stay, and if you don't like taxes, I hope you will stay. So let's continue with the energy transition. And in a normal world, energy transition is not that difficult, but these days, energy transition is also pushed by climate change. And I would like to say that climate change is a fact, though many people still debate it. I do not want to go in that direction because the impact of climate change, whether we are talking about floodings or let's say bushfires or other fires in Turkey or let's say things in Germany, also close to our country, it has an impact on energy transition. And when we talk about energy transition, we talk about the energy matrix, which was developed and built over decades, and changing that into something new, reflecting the new realities in the world, has a lot of things to do with, let's say, how we shape, design our policies and implement our policy on the macroeconomic and fiscal level. And this has, of course, an impact on energy projects, how they are financed, and whether and how much taxes they are going to pay. There are, in all these four categories, there are costs and benefits, I know, but I cannot discuss them in detail. So I'll move to some high-level slides where this is further presented. Being an economist by profession and a banker by, let's say, having a job at FMO, we all know that economic growth is fundamental. Because the more cake you have, the better you can share that. But in the context of climate change, energy transition, we also know that growth has an impact on poverty. And we are even calling some groups in our society having a poverty because of, let's say, the cost of energy. And this is also related to, let's say, the inequality which we see in certain societies. The IMF has done a couple of studies, quite a number of studies, I would say, and their conclusion is that if you have sustainable growth for a prolonged period of time, this reduces poverty, including the poverty on energy, and improves the equality of the society. And this is an important conclusion, which is carried forward in the next slides on macroeconomic and fiscal policies and how this relates to taxation. I also show you a picture about Austria, the Dachstein Glacier, which is melting, and for quite some time, and it's not stoppable. Back to how taxation works. In the blue box, you see the private sector with labor, capital, technology, markets, and whatnot. In the orange sector, you see the government. And I'm happy to have another speaker on this panel on this morning talking about public and private partnerships. And we know there's an interaction between the private and government sector, which leads to a number of taxes. And the taxes are, let's say, the revenues of the government, and they have to be spent somewhere. And that's why, let's say, the pre-fiscal outcomes do impact the private sector, including the financing of projects. And the distribution or the spending of the government has post-fiscal outcomes in terms of economic growth, in terms of inequalities, in terms of trade, and also in terms of climate. I will show you that later as well. In order to present you the importance of taxation, I took Romania as an example. Romania, like many other countries, is faced with climate change, energy transition, fiscal policies, and taxation for, let's say, the renewable projects. The years 2019 and 20 were still moderate, and because of many things, including COVID, let's say the revenues by the government increased from, let's say, 29% to 30% and will increase further. The expenditures of the government have increased far more. In 2020, there was a jump of 5% of GDP, which was spent more than the year before on expenditures by the government, which left a fiscal balance or a deficit of almost 10% in 2020. And it will not go away, though slowly, in the coming years. You have a breakdown in primary balance, structural fiscal balance, and public debt. The structural fiscal balance is negative for many years to come, and this is not good news. Because if you have a fiscal deficit on a structural basis, your public debt will increase as well. And in Romania, 13% of public debt compared to, let's say, GDP was added only in 2020, and it will continue. So this means that taxation was not a favorite topic yesterday. Moving on to kinds of taxation. You have many taxes, and I'm just showing you one example. Income tax, property tax, fees, other taxes, and every country is different in that regard. And for your information, what I just showed in statistics on Romania at the end of my presentation is available for all countries of the Black Sea, and we have similar trends over there. And all these countries have different forms of taxation, and this is just an example thereof. Like on the next page, you see that we can also have a debate about carbon taxes or fuel taxes. Both are very important for the energy sector and the transition. Do we have more carbon taxes, and how are they going to be applied? And fuel taxes, who pay for it? Will fuel become more expensive? We all know that fuel prices, in particular gas in Europe and in other places, and also in the Black Sea area, are increasing. They have a tremendous impact. And if you know that some taxes are a percentage of the imported gas, we all know that if this goes up with 2 or 3 times, the taxes also go up. And maybe something can be done over there. But that's, let's say, the next slide, or the next chapter, where I discuss taxation and its impact on renewables and the financing of renewables. I've shown this picture many times before about how project finance or financing of renewables and the energy sector is done, where you have an offtake, you have the government, the communities, you have to work with, let's say, the construction companies, the operational and maintenance companies, but also, and in particular, with the equity providers, the sponsors. And that's why we have so many speakers on this morning, the banks and the funds. And what all know, but tend to forget, is that taxation plays a role in all our lives, in all our activities. And this does impact the top line, for instance, of the profit and loss account, and also the bottom line of our projects. I just put an example on this slide where I assumed that there would be an additional sales tax of 6% on the top line. Just to keep it simple, it could have been, let's say, on operational costs. It could have been on additional costs on the insurance cover you have. It could be an excise tax. It could be anything, but just take 6% on the top line, and you see the impact on the bottom line. Your project turns from being nicely profitable into a negative exercise. So taxation for all of us is very important, not only as a private person, but also in the broader context. And that's why I'm coming up with a few recommendations. As I said, we all need to look at how many taxes we currently pay. So the sponsors, the shareholders, but also, let's say, the banks. And then make a good diagnosis about the expected taxes and their impact. How do we do that? I would suggest to take a proactive broad-based approach, in particular in times of energy transition, showing to the public and the private, but also, let's say, society, that renewables are very well placed because they have low costs, low emissions. Low emissions is important because this means, hopefully, less expenditures on health care, medical services. And they have the best chances for innovation. I'm so happy that in this afternoon, people will talk about hydrogen and other things. But we also need better and smarter grids, which are expensive and might need some additional taxation. In this exercise on taxation, we also need to involve the stakeholders to see how the costs and benefits are spread and explore timely potential pathways, because there are many different ways. It's of course important to stay reasonable, transparent, cooperative, and for sure long-term and forward-looking. So we can focus on a sustainable and economic and inclusive growth. You remember what I said in the beginning? If economic growth is there for a long period without a lot of crisis or shocks, this will improve, let's say, the distribution, income distribution, but also the wealth distribution and the access and affordability of energy. You and I can start today one way or another. It's up to you. But I think we should start looking also at taxation as a very important component of energy transition, because taxation, the level and the amount of taxes we are paying will shape the future, not only for the energy sector, but also for society. I conclude with an overview of FMO's products and services after having shown you our strategy, which is that we have a mission to empower entrepreneurs to build a better world. At FMO, we want to contribute to that. And we have 4 basic sectors: agribusiness, energy, financial institution, and Dutch business, where we have values on making the difference, diversity, quality, and integrity. We are also, let's say, a public-private partnership with our government. We are licensed and supervised by the Dutch Central Bank, and we have a number of ratings. You also see that we are a company with 600 people, with close to 60 nationalities, and with 42% of women in senior and middle management. This is all good news, and we move to the products and services which we have. FMO has a special team on private equity, both for funds and direct investments, with ticket sizes between 5 and 20 million. I'm jumping to senior loans because that's the classic, typical thing, and my job to provide to companies in need. And they are up to 25% of total project cost, with ranges between 10 and 75 million. And there's of course a category between equity and senior loans, which we call mezzanine, which is a product where you have less securities, but an upward on the lender side, with ticket sizes at FMO between 5 and 15 million. We're also capable of doing guarantees, which have the same features as I explained under senior loans. And FMO is more than happy to work with all the bankers on this conference to do syndications, also with the commercial banks. On our services, I like to mention that local currency is part of our toolkit. We can do capacity development. We can support corporate governance, and management support can be provided. And environmental and social support is key to our business. On that note, I will leave you with, let's say, a number of, I think, 15 pages on annexes, which cover the tax information over all countries, linked to the Black Sea. I thank you for your attention. I would now, let's say, show the next speaker to you. And after all speakers of this morning have held their presentations, there's a possibility for questions and answers. So my next speaker is Matti P. Parinen from the Green for Growth Fund. Matti, the floor is yours. Please start with an introduction of yourself, and then we look forward to having your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ton, and good morning, everyone. Very nice to meet you. My name is Matti Piiparinen, and I'm working at Finance in Motion. Finance in Motion is an impact asset manager, so we are managing separate funds that are investing in renewables, energy efficiency, and some social topics as well. So very nice to see this Black Sea Energy Week conference going forward. Was there also last year, and looks like the in-person attendance is also increasing, so that's a good sign, and hopefully the economy stay open, people stay healthy, and we can get more and more to that. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it due to a clashing site visit that's coming up, but yeah, looking forward to connecting with people online and meeting you also in person otherwise. But let me just share my screen. I have a quick presentation also to run through. I think it should be coming up now. Can you see that fine?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So some short words on Finance in Motion. We're an impact asset manager. Oh, wow, and I have some nice transition effects as well on the slide. There we go. Okay, back there. So we're an impact asset manager, and that means that on top of financial return, we're also targeting positive environmental and social effects. We manage 6 funds currently with various mandates, and that include different geographical and product focuses. But all of these funds promote these United Nations SDGs, or Social Development Goals, which you see on the right-hand side of the slide. And today I'm mainly focused on the Green for Growth Fund, and that's addressing the Black Sea region. And here we're dealing with topics of renewable energy and energy efficiency. But just to highlight, we also have a new fund called LA Green, and this is focused on Latin America, and it's mainly focused on green bonds, but we can also do project finance there. So overall, the aim of the company is to grow our geographical footprint, and that's to better serve our clients wherever they are located or wherever their projects are located. And the focus is always on emerging markets. So moving over to the GGF. So what is the GGF? It's an impact investment fund, and we're targeting renewable energy, energy efficiency, and also resource efficiency projects. And we work with 2 key channels. One is direct lending to projects, be it renewable projects or others, and also to corporates. Recently, we did one deal in Turkey recently on a corporate level, and we're also, our key focus is still on lending via the financial sector. That's a different team, but that's also where we're getting the impact by lending to banks, leasing companies, microfinance institutions that on lend to these topics. And in terms of geographies that the fund covers, we're really looking at parts of Eastern Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, and the Caucasus. And of the Black Sea region, that really, we have Ukraine, Turkey, and Georgia that fall under the fund. So unfortunately, Romania doesn't, but we do have another fund that focuses on other topics in Romania. And the in-house dedicated project finance team then sits in Frankfurt in Germany, and that's where the company is also based. So moving over to the Black Sea region and what we've done there. So since our inception, we've invested about 500 million euros in some of the Black Sea countries that include Turkey, Ukraine, and Georgia. We also have an office in each of these countries with on-the-ground experience from both the financial institution side, where it's lending to banks, leasing companies, and microfinance institutions that target these green projects. And we also have experience from the project finance side, which is the team I'm representing. And here we financed 2 projects in Georgia and also 2 projects in Ukraine, and they've covered wind, solar, and hydrogen. And this gives us a good perspective for working on the next transaction. And the right-hand side of the slide here shows some of the example clients that we work with. Here I would like to mention the technologies that we target and highlight some of the financing tools in project finance. So from a technology perspective, it's quite open as long as it's a tried and tested technology. It's really from wind to geothermal. And in terms of financing tools, first looking at senior debt, our sweet spot is ticket sizes of around euros or dollars 10 to 25 million. And I mean, what does this mean for different size projects? First, if we look at, say, a larger 100 megawatt, say 100 million euro or dollar project with leverage of, say, 75%, which means a debt need of 75 million, here we could work with a debt syndicate to provide, say, 25 million or a third of this 75 million of the needed debt. And we have great experience of working with FMO, IFC, EBRD, and we're looking forward to broadening this collaboration. So Ton mentioned this on his presentation as well, and we're in some projects together, for example, in Ukraine. And on top of that, if you already attracted the lenders and you've attracted, say, the 75% leverage, we can also support by providing a additional, say, 10% of sub debt to that project. And second, moving to the smaller projects, if we're looking at, say, 15 to 30 million, here we're also happy to work as a sole lender, and here we can be a direct provider of all the debt needs for the project when it's in the sort of small to medium range. And lastly, for us as impact investors, environmental and social topics are important, and to the extent that you need these in your project to meet the international standards, we have our technical assistance facility, and that can support. It's really a donor-funded facility, separate from the fund, and this supports in shouldering some of those costs, for example, of consultants or studies that are needed in ENS or other topics. So we think that really helps on the bankability side of the small to medium projects. Moving over to equity and mezzanine, here we can provide tickets of 5 to 10 million euros or dollars, and we're happy this year we closed our first equity deal in North Macedonia. It's a 36 megawatt Bogoslovec wind farm, and we're a minority investor there with a preference share structure, although we can also do common equity. But the transaction had many firsts. It's the first private wind farm in North Macedonia. It doubled the country's wind capacity, even though it's 36 megawatts, because it's starting from a lower base. But it's really helping, we feel, to help the country meet its ambitious renewable energy goals and the ambitious government that's in place that's really kickstarted things and is building some really good momentum. So even though back on the equity side, the ticket sizes are on the smaller side, this can be really beneficial for sponsors since it can enhance the structure, also perhaps the returns, and free up their capital for other impactful projects. And again, technical assistance is something that we offer as part of the package with equity. And this helps, again, pay some of the upfront costs that are typically project costs, also on the environmental and social side, but also some other studies or consultants that we can consider. And it's an open-ended facility that supports the project also beyond financial close. So this slide is quite busy, but let's break it down into pieces. So on the left, you see various project sizes, really from below 1 megawatt up to the mega projects of, say, over 200 megawatts. And next, the sort of funding of options that are available. This is illustrative, but typically green bonds as an instrument, they're sort of available for the larger project sizes. Project finance starts making sense. I think it's hard where to put the benchmark exactly, but say 50 megawatts and up, given the upfront cost of the financing. And then you have the sort of tools of leasing, SME finance, microfinance that are in the smaller project sizes, and then also corporate finance to an extent for some of the larger projects, if that's the choice of certain sponsors. So what's interesting in our view is the sort of availability of funding. That's this blue sort of cocktail glass shaped piece in the middle. And it's really the largest at the top we find to the projects that can really access the liquid capital markets. And while the smallest and medium-sized projects have a little bit less availability of financing, they can be too small for the large players to look at financing. They can be too large sometimes for the local banks or MFIs or leasing companies. So there's a sort of in a way, a missing middle to an extent. And this is, of course, different country to country. It's hard to generalize, but overall, we've seen this sort of a pattern. And so what's GGF's role in all of this? We can really support from the smallest to the largest, and it ties to some of the previous slides I mentioned on senior debt and equity. But for the large projects, we're happy to support in providing improved market liquidity and providing long tenor financing. And this is really working in syndicates, for example, as a B or a parallel lender, or to provide sub debt. And if we're going to the smaller, medium-sized projects, here we can do bilateral funding. We're looking to do sort of client-driven debt structuring possibilities to be flexible to the country, to the project, to the approach. And we find them really interesting given our technical assistance facility and how that can also support the bankability of these projects in shouldering some of the ENS, environmental and social related costs. And lastly, for the very small projects, we have our financial institutions business that lends to the banks and the leasing companies. And we've been very active in that area. And that's also where we're happy to support the local financial institutions. So one of the panel questions that I would like to address is the move from public sort of feed-in tariff schemes to tenders. And of course, fixed prices that are known from the beginning are easier to predict. They're easier to put in a financial model for sponsors and lenders, but it might not always result in the most competitive tariff. And fixed prices may also attract larger quantities of investors as the likelihood of success may be greater. But I mean, there have been recent trends that have resulted in some really astonishingly low prices. For example, Portugal, 1.5 cents, or Tunisia, 2.5 cents. Many more examples of this coming up in the news. And this has really been enabled by the sharp reductions in capital expenditure, cost of panels, turbines, and so on, but also the reduced cost of financing. We see the base rates are still quite low. Margins have also been compressed. And at the end of the day, we also see that the benefits of our auctions are really quite manifold. So it's helping countries become energy dependent and to meet those national renewable energy goals. You're able to eliminate volatile fossil fuel related costs. We can see that in gas prices, spot market prices now. Even in England, you're having some of the very visible effects, not fully related to energy, but still it's there's this element of volatility in those fuel sources. And in addition, lower prices are great for consumers. They're good for off-takers also, giving them a bit of financial flexibility. And we also see this bit on diverse auction size. It really means having small and large auctions simultaneously, say a 10 to 20 megawatt focused project and say the 100 megawatt plus projects simultaneously, that encourages participation by small and large investors, both domestic and international. So sometimes there are benefits to also mixing that up a little bit to provide a bit of depth to the market. But lastly, I think at the end of the day, there has to be a balance where the prices are not driven so low that sponsors have a hard time generating sustainable returns on really a buy and hold basis as well. And it should be really driven by the chart on the left side of the slide, which is really reduced cost of technology and the reduced levelized cost of electricity and the inputs that flow into that. So I think finally, if an auction results in a very low price, it can bring broad benefits, and it's easier to, from our perspective, to lend to a project that has these benefits than one that may have certain disadvantages. For example, a very high feed-in tariff that may strain the offtake in the country if you're straining the offtake cash flow. So it does not mean we can't finance feed-in tariffs, but if you're looking at or thinking of the likelihood of offtake default, for example, that can be lower given the lower electricity price. And that can even translate to an extent to improve financing terms when you're really seeing the offtake cash flow is also better in that situation. So finally, finishing up on a very text-heavy slide, but hope you've had your morning coffees and are ready for it. But wanted to summarize some of the benefits of working with us. So we provide flexibility without the need for standardized documentation. We do have a broad mandate from project finance, corporate finance, and also equity. And in terms of instruments, we can really do the whole range from senior to equity on top of the technical assistance facility. And our funding is mainly in euros and US dollars, but there's some limited local currency options available. And we do have on-the-ground representation in 12 of our 19 target countries. And lastly, the technical assistance has been a good source of support for the projects we finance. So thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to discussing with you and also connecting online and later offline.
Okay. Thank you, Matti, for your presentation on GGF. And I think one of the things you mentioned was low tariffs. And I think this is a good connection with our next speaker, Mrs. Christina Span from the European Investment Bank on renewables and merchant risk. Christina, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, I'm making a mistake. On the program, we have Bernard Atlan from the IFC on public-private partnerships. So Bernard, sorry for not mentioning you straight away. It's your turn, and you're ready for it, I see. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tony. So I guess you guys can see my slide, right? Okay, perfect. So thank you for your attendance this morning. My name is Bernard Atlan. I'm the global specialist in power generation in IFC Transaction Advisory. So for those who may not be familiar with the World Bank Group, so the World Bank Group consists of the IBRD and IFC. IFC is dedicated to introducing private sector and supporting private sector. And within IFC, there are basically two main entities, a transaction advisory entity and an entity which is dealing with investment, which provides equity to private sector and lends money to the private sector. So I'm in the transaction advisory side. And in the transaction advisory side, what we focus on in power generation is to structure PPPs, and more specifically in renewable energy. So we have a dedicated transaction advisory department, and we specialize in taking mandates from governments or municipalities to structure renewable energy or PPPs. So basically what we do is we take a mandate from a government to structure a transaction. We perform all the legal and the technical due diligences which are needed for investors to make a decision. We market the transaction to our potential equity investors, sponsors, also to lenders, and we draft the contractual agreement, and then we organize our open tenders. So usually what we do is that we tend to discourage governments to engage in direct negotiations with sponsors for the development of renewable energy, especially because in solar and wind there is so much competition that there is a great relevance for governments to leverage private sector's expertise, ability to bring financing, but specifically to bring a certain level of competition, which you will not have in direct negotiation. So in the type of markets where we operate, so I'm not going to talk too much about the really emerging markets like Sub-Saharan Africa and other places, but the type of PPPs that we structure are usually, if we go into a new market where power generation in renewable energy are new, we tend to structure those type of PPPs with an offtake agreement from the state-owned company, the national utility company, where this state-owned utility would have a commitment to take or pay all of the electricity to be produced by the private entity who would have developed the power park. Usually there would be a fixed price PPA, so we have a very specific product, the transaction or kind of transaction template where we structure deals with fixed price PPA non-indexed over 20-25 years. And usually it does require at the beginning a certain level of guarantee, which may or may not be sovereign type of guarantee. But in subsequent phases, and as the countries mature and there is more introduction of private sector in the energy sector, the deals that we structure tend to evolve and become a bit more sophisticated. So we usually tend to entertain the idea of a take or pay structure. So a commitment from the state-owned company to actually take all of the electricity, but the price may not have to be a fixed price. It can be a variable price that can be referenced to a spot market. And you can also have a deal that we structure with a portion of the deal which is merchant. There can also be some consideration for some requirements for the private sector to provide some kind of balancing. We also see a trend in more mature markets for virtual PPAs. So we are mindful of the fact that if we structure a deal where the private partner does not have a fixed price or PPA, he's taking a price risk, and there are mechanisms to swap actually the variable price of electricity against a fixed price, and we can structure deals that do include a swap contract with a third-party swap counterpart, and that does provide comfort for the sponsor with regards to its ability to raise finance, because he would have his spot price would be swapped against a fixed price. So those are the type of new trend that we see. The trend is clearly to structure more complex PPPs for power generation in renewable energy, and also including not only power generation in terms of solar and wind, for example, but also in battery energy storage, which is the big trend at the moment for PPP. So why do we structure PPPs? We always make the case to our government counterparts that at the moment it's much more attractive to finance to have power generation in renewable energy being developed by private partners, by private sponsors, because the financing is currently widely available for mostly three reasons. The first one is that there are attractive prices for electricity generated by renewable energy. They are very much competitive with fossil fuel, and even in, for example, in Eastern Europe, where the price of generation from legacy fossil fuel power plant are low. They are artificially low because those prices do not take into consideration the depreciation cost. So if they were really to be cost reflective, the price of electricity produced by solar or wind is extremely attractive. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that there is also with the introduction of a carbon tax and green certificates, those makes the deals much more attractive. And also there are plenty of support type of mechanisms which are put in place because of the transition policies that the countries have to put in place to move away from fossil fuel and to introduce renewable energy and to beef up the renewable energy into the energy mix. So there is no real point in mobilizing the fiscal space of governments for the development of power generation in renewable energy. The fiscal space is would better be allocated to other type of expenses, and this is the main argument for going into PPPs. So what we do is that there are usually with our government clients, we always lay down different options for private sector participations for the development of renewable energy. So I'm not going to dwell on the four first one. We usually structure deals which are on the slide, which is called which is a number 5 concession contract, BOT, 25 years, 30 years. Those are the most common PPP model, where we aim at transferring the risk of development, the risk of construction, the risk of operation, and the financing away from the government. So this is going to be the responsibility of the private partner. The responsibility of government is obviously going to provide the land and to take our pay if there is no merchant portion. So this is a bit heavy, and I'm not sure it can be read easily, but this is roughly a snapshot of the risk allocation that we are aiming to build when we structure a PPP between a private partner and a public partner. So I'm not going to go through each of those type of risk, but the main one are really everything which relates to the land, the ground condition, and the delays in the land acquisition, etc. And we tend to structure the deal in such a way that the one responsible for the risk is the one that controls the risk. So the delay in land acquisition, usually because we usually structure a deal on government-owned land, this is typically the public partner alongside with the planning risk, etc. But we want to push everything which relates to the credit risk, financing risk, construction risk, completion risk to the private partner. Just a snapshot also of what we would call availability deal, which are the type of deals that are built for renewable energy power generation. So as I mentioned, we usually have a public off-taker. The public off-taker being either the TSO or it is a state-owned electricity company. It depends of the environments. In those environments, it is very difficult to, especially at the beginning of introduction of renewable energy in the energy mix, it's very difficult to structure deals if you don't have a certain level of guarantees, and those guarantees have to be usually covered by government guarantees, and then or by some kind of sovereign guarantee or government backstop guarantee. And those guarantees are there to provide comfort to the sponsor and to cover the two main things. The first one is the payment to the sponsor, the payment for the electricity price. Although you don't have to have a government guarantee on this one, we structure deals usually with letters of credits and reserve accounts for 3 months or 6 months. But where the government guarantee is really needed is for to cover the risk of termination. And when there is a termination and there is a payment which is due by the public counterpart to the private sponsor, this is where there is a need for sovereign guarantee. As a market mature, we tend to move away from deals that do require government guarantees, because even if it doesn't have the same weight in the fiscal space as government financing, it still negatively impacts the fiscal space. The main contractual features is usually the penalties for underperformance and delays by the power producer. So delays for completion of the power plant, underperformance of the power plant, of the solar park or the wind park. We tend also to ensure that the contract provides for third-party sales to enable the private partner to actually sell electricity outside the scope of the PPA if needs be. It provides flexibility and it increases also the level of bankability. Very important for the government are the rights to step in, which means that if the sponsor does not live up to its obligation, and if it doesn't meet certain requirements, and it does degenerate into a situation where there might be a termination of a contract looming, there are always rights for the government to step in and take control of the asset if there is consistent underperformance. The termination are always some of the most difficult provisions to negotiate when we structure a PPP, and we tend to be pretty prescriptive in terms of what are the reasons that may lead to a termination by one of the party. Same with a force measure. We usually also include extensive provisions with regards to testing regime. This is really needed to confirm the levels of contracted capacity and the reliability basically of the power plant. And in case, for example, for thermal, it is extremely important, but it's not the subject here. So the most important thing is also to organize a proper tender and selection process. So we tend to organize a tender process in 2 stages. The first one does include a pre-qualification stage. We are not prescriptive at all on the type and the technology of the solar park and the wind farm or the batteries, because the whole point of doing a PPP is to leverage the expertise of the private sector to find out the most adequate technology and the most cost-effective way to operate. So we are not prescriptive. Nevertheless, we want to make sure that the government ends up with a counterpart with operating an asset which is technologically proven and which meets certain minimum criteria. So we are non-prescriptive in terms of technical specification, but we have a certain level of minimum criteria. And then we have once we have pre-qualified private companies, then there is a tender process, and usually we tend to make the evaluation on on a price basis only. So there are certain criteria that they need to meet, and then you open the financial envelope, and you have the lowest PPA price. If we structure the deal with a fixed PPA price, it's on price only. So tender and selection process. So when we are involved helping a government to structure such type of transaction, this is an illustration of a timeline. Usually, once a site is earmarked and is properly allocated for a project, for a solar park, for example, from beginning to end, we have organized and structured PPPs in 9 months. So from beginning to the signing of the contract with a winning bidder, 9 months. Where there are a lot of kind of flexibility is for the definition of the project, the feasibility study, and the selection of the site. So this is what can take 2 months or 6 months, or this is very flexible. So the most important thing also is what we do in terms of lesson learned and how we roll out those lessons learned in the way that we structure the coming PPPs. So the most important thing is the risk allocation matrix. Of course, this risk allocation matrix is evolving. We will not have the same risk allocation matrix when we do the first PPP in Uzbekistan, and we won't have the same risk allocation matrix if we do a PPP for a power park in a much more mature market, which already has a functioning market and functioning and successful introduction of private sector. The review of the energy regulatory framework, the review of the PPP laws, the review of the market model. How does this market model evolve within the context of the energy transition? This is important to study as well. Ensure that the key stakeholders agree on the key terms of the contract, and when the key stakeholders being the different ministries and the different SOEs which are going to be involved. We have the energy regulators, the TSOs, the distribution companies, the different ministries. There needs to be some kind of consensus on the end game, and the rest is a no-brainer. Speaking to investors and lenders early to go to their interest. So this is the whole marketing exercise that we are in charge of. Listen to the concern raised by other stakeholders. You may have ENS issues, you may have NGOs who are expressing concerns with regards to, for example, displacement of people because the land is being allocated by the government for solar park. So we have to be mindful of those potential issues. And especially what we tell the government always is whether you retain IFC to act as a transaction advisor or not, the most important thing for you is to hire an experienced and reputable transaction advisor. It can be us or it can be someone else, but to sell and structure and negotiate a PPP, especially now that they are becoming much more complex, it is key to retain a reputable transaction advisor. I will stop here. Thank you, Tom. I think you're on mute.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Bernard, for your presentation. It's valuable information about, let's say, the PPPs, the private and public partnerships. I'd like to move now to Christina, as announced before, from the EIB. Christina, present yourself and introduce your presentation.
I was just starting to talk about the EIB energy lending policy. EIB acknowledges the importance of green energy, including solar, onshore, and offshore wind. And its lending policy. The lending policy has 3 pillars, which is 4 pillars: unlocking energy efficiency, decarbonizing energy supply, supporting innovating technologies, and also securing and enabling infrastructure. Wind and solar accounts for more than 50% of the EIB energy lending. Lending to solar has grown to almost over 25% of EIB lending to renewables. 70-80% of lending to renewable energy is for projects in the EU, but EIB is also present in the EU neighborhood. Support is provided via direct lending, project finance lending, or corporate loans, but also via tranches offered to commercial banks as indirect lending and investment in equity funds. Solar energy is particularly recognized as competitive and mature in renewable energy as a renewable energy technology. And EIB financing can go up to 75% of the project costs of the project, depending on the needs. It is becoming more and more apparent that wind and solar power are increasingly competitive with conventional generation. And countries or prepare or have already prepared plans to for scaling up and integrating wind and solar in their energy mix. But due to the variability of these sources, it is still difficult to finance projects on merchant basis or fully merchant basis. That's why revenue stabilization mechanisms are usually required, and these usually occur in the form of CFDs and PPAs. EIB has been involved since very early in the financing of renewable energy projects in Europe. And unfortunately, I cannot show my slideshow, but as the few, I was prepared to present a few examples. And our experience spans in different markets across Europe. We have finance projects benefiting from CFDs more recently in Poland, or sort of relying on PPAs, for instance, in Spain. Basically, our experience tells us that there is no one size fits all. And designing CFD schemes and PPA structures is very much dependent on the particularities of markets. That is why we think that the time needed to implement CFD schemes and to develop mature PPA practice in market should not be underestimated. And then consultations conducted by public authorities with players, with all players in the market should occur throughout this phase of development and growth. This is to facilitate a better understanding of issues and how to solve them. The long-term PPA structures are becoming more and more prevalent in the more mature markets. And because PPAs are supposed to offer advantages, particularly predictability of outcomes to investors, off-takers, and also to long-term lenders. On one hand, the good integration of renewable energy into the network, including the high capacity for interconnection. And on the other hand, the availability of skills required to develop such complex structures or factors that contribute greatly to the development of the PPA market. In the region, for instance, in Romania, the PPA market is still in a nascent stage. Many applications for grid connection witness the vivid interest of investors. Yet the PPA market is not very deep. Since the legislative framework is fairly new, and so the regulatory risk will continue to be a part of the due diligence for renewable energy projects in the next period in Romania. Given the many aspects that need to be considered, we're saying that it's very important to involve the lenders early in the process of designing a PPA. From the point of view of long-term lenders, the early bankability assessment should always rank high in the eyes of both the public and the private actors. I mentioned earlier that the PPA market in Romania is still in the early stages, meaning that, for instance, the tenor of the PPAs or the volume to be contracted or the delivery profile are still being assessed by both investors and potential off-takers. Investors and off-takers need to be able to rely on a very good forecast. And in this respect, it is very important to also be able to anticipate how much renewable energy will actually be integrated and by when. The lack of local experience with PPAs and the challenges with integrating the renewable energy into the market and grid and the evolving regulatory framework makes the task of finding how to best deal with merchant risk more difficult for investors. There are ways for dealing with merchant risk, different measures that can be taken and can be embedded within the financing structures. This may include lower debt to equity ratios, higher cover ratios, the use of reserve accounts, of front-loaded repayment schedules, or equity contribution that is injected prior to the drawdown of long-term debt. But these measures may significantly increase the cost of capital, particularly in newer markets, and make investment less attractive to investors. In addition, dealing appropriately with merchant risk requires highly experienced investors and financiers, and the use of experienced external advisors to assess long-term demand and supply and to test appropriate sensitivities. This is why the introduction of auction support schemes such as CFD and also the potential blending of EU funds such as the Modernization Fund, the RRF, or the Just Transition Fund. So a blending of EU funds with private finance may also help mitigate merchant risk and lower the cost of capital. This would, of course, boost the appetite for investment in newer generation capacity. To conclude, I will simply reiterate that yes, renewable, solar and wind are becoming cost competitive, and the EIB stands ready to support renewable energy projects. But residual merchant risk may increase the cost of capital in newer markets. So it is necessary for project promoters and off-takers to approach and involve lenders early in the process of designing PPAs. And in addition to PPAs, CFD schemes and EU funds-based financial instruments will definitely help mitigate the impact of the market's volatility. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina, for your presentation. For the audience, both online, offline, or on the ground, the presentation will be shared with you by the organizers, by Invest in Networks. So don't worry too much. And I think Christina already provided some remarks on Romania, the PPAs over there and things like that. So Roxana, I think you're well positioned to talk about, let's say, the Romanian portfolio of the EBRD. And the floor is yours.
Yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me and you can see my screen as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah,
yes,
and
yes, full screen.
Excellent.
That's great.
All right.
So I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, thank you for inviting me to this important event, and also thank you to Christina for giving this introduction. I think my presentation fits quite well after Christina's intervention. So I'll just start with what EBRD has done in the past in Romania. In the first wave of renewable energy, this is how we call it at the EBRD, the first wave in 2011-2014, we financed 7 projects, both wind and solar. The total capacity was around 500 megawatts and total EBRD financing around 220 million. The last project we signed was at the peak of the regulatory changes when the green certificate market collapsed in 2014. It was a solar project. It was a portfolio of 6 solar assets owned by EDPR. And I have here a short slide on this project because I think it was quite remarkable. We managed to sign it when the number of the green certificates were cut, a number of other green certificates were postponed. So we financed this with Black Sea Trade Development Bank. And the loan, unfortunately, was fully prepaid by EDPR a few years ago, but it's still a nice transaction I like to speak about. So what we do now, we are in very close, we have a very good relationship with the Ministry of Energy these days, and we help them with a couple of, let's say, technical assistance assignment. The most important is the CFD scheme, which was mentioned here earlier. So we have hired CMS, the law firm CMS, to help us design and notify the scheme to Brussels. The scheme has now evolved to a very basic design, and we hope to have public consultation soon, for sure before the year end, but I hope much earlier.
Mm-hmm. Roxana, can you explain CFD? I think it was used before, but I think nobody knows it's contract for difference scheme.
So the CFD scheme is a contract for difference scheme, similar to what UK has, similar to what Poland has, and was extremely successful in Poland. Actually, the law firm CMS helped on the design of the Polish scheme and is helping us in the design of the Romanian scheme. And as I said, we really hope that we can manage to have the public consultation session, a webinar or something similar, pretty much soon in this autumn. So obviously, you all know, in the context of Romania committing in the National Energy and Climate Change Plan to 30.7% renewable energy, there is a lot of interest in the market. A lot of investors are basically scouting the market for opportunities. I mean, I think there is a lot of interest for this scheme, for the contract for differences scheme. Of course, EBRD is very happy to support any project which will fall under the scheme once the scheme will be up and running, but it needs to be notified to Brussels first, and then the first auction can take place. So this is highly likely to be happening somewhere second half of 2022, possibly first half of 2023. What other things we do for the ministry? We also help them transpose the EU fourth energy package into a new electricity law. This law is now, they already had public consultation on the law, and it's hopefully being enacted in the last quarter of this year. And we are also discussing and working on the utilization guideline for the modernization fund, which my colleague at the EIB previously mentioned. So this modernization fund, I'll explain a few words about the modernization fund. So the modernization fund is based on EU ETS allowances and is managed by the EIB and is designed to support the 10 poorest countries in the EU to make a transition of their energy from fossil fuels to renewable power, basically, to modernize their energy systems. And they have 4 priority kind of categories. These are the renewables, the network, storage, and also high efficiency cogeneration. So what we do now, we're trying to put together this utilization guideline for the modernization fund. Romania is the biggest beneficiary of the fund. If you look at the carbon price today, around 60 euros per ton, the fund has about 12 billion in value for Romania. So I think it's an important source of funds which the private investors, and not only private but also state-owned companies can use to modernize their assets, basically. And we also look for the future. We think the offshore wind will play an important part in the energy transition for Romania, and Romania has an important potential in offshore wind. And we're also potentially looking at a national strategy for hydrogen. We know Romania does not have yet one, but hopefully we can assist the ministry and the stakeholders to put together one soon. Now I'll switch to the next slide, which I have so that's about EBRD's views on how to finance future projects in Romania. So obviously the renewables are a priority. Pointless to underline how much we would like to support renewables in the next decade. One point I would like to make is that even though we are working on the CFD framework, this is, as I mentioned, highly likely to be happening somewhere in 2022, possibly first half of 2023. So therefore, we would like to still support renewables before then, based on bilateral PPAs, which were mentioned in this session a couple of times, but also merchant risk. So we are looking now at some renewable projects in Romania where the revenue stream is split between bilateral PPAs and merchant risk. And we do hope the new electricity law will be enacted soon so that physical bilateral PPAs will be materializing soon. What other things we are looking in Romania? We are looking, as I mentioned, at the potential wind offshore potential, but this is very early stages. The offshore wind law is still under discussion. We are looking at a couple of network projects. Transelectrica has very ambitious plans to invest in their grid, and they have to in order to offtake all this renewable power. We have recently signed a loan to Electrica, the distribution network operator covering 3 regions in Transylvania and North Muntenia in Romania. We are looking at the ambitious plan of Oltenia's restructuring. Oltenia, you all know, is a state-owned lignite company who is now willing to restructure. They sent to Brussels a restructuring plan to convert their capacities to solar and CCGTs. So we are looking at that project as well. And we are basically very interested in any renewables, project finance structure, networks, any storage projects, hydrogen opportunities we can look at and provide possibly technical assistance to help the investors develop it. We are looking at the investment plans of Transelectrica, Hidroelectrica, and the restructuring of Oltenia. And that's basically all I had. I'm happy to answer any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Roxana, for the presentation on the portfolio you have, the history you have in Romania, and also the outlook and plans you have in, let's say, Romania. Very interesting. In view of time, I'd like to introduce right now Taras Syria, who is from Georgia and on the project finance, private financing advisory network, and who's going to talk about, let's say, Georgia and I think also the Black Sea. Taras, the floor is yours.
Hi, just really quick shout. Can you hear me well?
I do hear you well.
Okay, excellent. I'll try to also share a screen. Second. Right, okay. Well, let me introduce myself first. So my name is Taras Syria. I am the country coordinator for Georgia. And let's see if this will work. Okay, still playing here. just let me really quickly introduce PFAN. So PFAN is not a development bank. We're not an investor, but we're a facilitator. We are a program that is hosted by UNIDO and REAP to bridge the financing gap that we see especially in the Central Asia and Eastern Europe, the former Soviet states, for project finance. If you have a big project, chances are you have fairly good opportunity to lend yourself with the investment banks or FMO. But if you're a smaller developer who cannot really use microfinance assistance, usually have hard time getting finance. And I think Mati's presentation was kind of pretty accurate on that issue, that if you're like in this up to 5 million range, the availability of financing is very difficult. What I also find is in this range as well, the people have difficulty producing proper documentation and so forth. So in this regard, it's very useful for them to use PFAN as a bridge to help them access the presentations. Actually, for some reason, I'm having a hard time sharing the screen today as well, but let me see if I can trick it somehow. Okay.
It starts at the bottom, Taras.
No, the thing is, it's, can you see my screen?
Yeah, and now please try to get full screen and then you're up and running.
Okay, but I mean, I do have the presentation full screen, but it's not switching. So I guess I'm going to have to do the same.
I think this works as well if the content or the text on the screen gets not too much. So please continue. Okay.
All right. So basically, as I mentioned, we tried to bridge the investment gap. And this is what we have been successfully doing. So really quick again, we're hosted by UNIDO and REAP, and we're actually funded in...
Sorry, Taras, the screen is not functioning properly. The size is...
too big?
Your picture is too big for the screen.
Okay. Right, let me see. Let me give it one more shot. Okay, I think. All right, can you guys see okay?
This is much better, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we managed to get technical issues solved. Okay, so let's go down. Okay, so PFAN has actually been in existence since 2006, and their primary focus has been historically around Africa and Southeast Asia. But since 2018, PFAN has entered the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. And right now we are represented in Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, also Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and also in Tajikistan and Mongolia. Sorry guys, really quick here. Since the inception of PFAN, we have actually able to help projects raise roughly $2 billion worth of financing. This is both debt and equity. We have managed to put out roughly about equivalent of a nuclear reactor block worth of 1,200 megawatts. We also managed to support 159 projects with 17% success rate and save the Earth about 4.1 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Specifically in this area, since 2018, we have actually helped raise 60 million worth of financing for the projects, install about 140 megawatts worth of power, and save around 500 kilotons of CO2 emissions, supporting 24 projects with a 19% success rate. And PFAN, it's like a network, right? So the developers who come in for support, they are basically getting this consultancy support free of charge. Same goes for the investment partners. They could be either local financial institutions, international finance institutions, or private investors who are seeking to invest in this region. And basically, due to our mandate, we provide the essential business model support and preliminary technology evaluation for the support projects, and then support the projects through the investor matching process. Basically, the process is threefold. So initially, we do the project evaluation, whether or not it's supportable, right? So because there are a lot of projects which are either not qualifying or they don't have enough initial analysis to really make them investable. So this is the first stage where the PFAN consultants evaluate the availability, the quality of the project. And then on the second stage of the project development, this is where actually we work with the project developers to help them develop the financial model, develop them the financing plan, what kind of capital structure they want to bring in, how much of their own equity they want to bring in, how much of the business they want to share. Do they have enough, so to say, compliance policies to work directly with IFIs, or would they need to work with the local financial institutions, or in certain cases, microfinance organizations for structuring medium-sized projects? And in the third stage, we basically support the companies in actual investment matching and making sure that their investment proposal is interesting for the people they're approaching. Okay. To qualify for PFAN, so to say, assistance, all the private developer who's actually registered as a legal entity has to do is go on our website and fill in the application. And once they fill in the application, then we can kind of start helping them. And this slide shows the type of projects we support. So the bulk of the projects we had were in renewable energy, but we also can support energy efficiency. And this is actually the new big area for us right now. Most of my Georgian projects are actually more geared towards energy efficiency or alternative methods of monetization of the project versus just plain vanilla energy generation. We also can support clean storage, urban resilience, climate smart agri, waste management, sanitation, again, clean technologies in forest reclamation or forest management, as well as other projects of this type. And basically, this slide shows the type of projects and what is really needed for us to give the support. So the projects have to be commercially viable. We don't really give grants. They also have to be technically valid, right? So if the developer says, I want to burn tires for energy, the sort of say the output of this project has to be matching with the sort of say potential tire demand and so forth. The project has to be a reasonably competent management team because, well, who's going to invest in a team that really cannot handle anything? We also prioritize projects which have a gender development angle and a significant climate impact. But at the same time, the project and business model should be somewhat reasonably scalable because a lot of interesting solutions can go on not just specifically to the region we support, but in other areas as well. And the ideal project for us is between $1 and $50 million, but we can also look at projects from $300,000 and up. And we typically look at supporting projects from the seed option where we have some angel investors and around the external finance, but also projects where the company is fairly viable but doesn't have necessary resources to say approach the financial institutions for structuring their energy efficiency adaptations and other things. And the development pipeline takes about a year, sometimes less, where we do the calls for proposals. Then we do roughly every quarter evaluation of potential projects, then 3 to 4 months of business coaching, and another 3 months or so for investor matching, as well as other assistance. So some projects, actually the fastest project I think we had going through the PFAN was roughly about 3 months, and the typical project typically takes about a year. So PFAN really is a network. So you can be a member or a consultant or a project developer. And if you're a member and you're like a technical consultancy firm who wants to support some kind of projects, but at the same time gain additional revenue for the support, you can join PFAN and provide your services, assuming, of course, they're of proper quality. And then we also have membership for investment partners. And these are the likes of the EIB or high net worth individuals or other private investors, including funds, where, for example, your TA program does not provide enough, so to say, babysitting money, as I would like to call it, with certain projects, this is where we can come in and really help take the developers, hold their hand, and get the initial, so to say, work and due deal done, so that when you start bringing in your highly valued consultants, they are actually doing something productive instead of just kind of banging their head against the wall and saying, okay, how can we deal with these people? So this is roughly it. I mean, if you got any questions, I'm more willing to take them. And of course, this presentation later will be shared with you. And keeping the fact that we're kind of running a bit on time, so I'll end here.
All right, Taras, and thank you for your presentation and the timing thereof. It was, let's say, very precise. And I think you are also very important for the, let's say, the relations between the government on the one hand and the whole business community on the other hand. The next speaker is Mrs. Inger Elizabeth Strand, and she has an organization behind her involved coming from Romania and Norway, and it's, I think, about grants and things like that, and she can best, of course, explain where she's coming from and what her presentation will bring to us.
Thank
Inger?
you. Thank you very much. Can you see me?
I can see you, and
Yeah.
we can also see the presentation, and maybe also a small suggestion to make it full screen. It's now full screen.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be invited and on board in taking part in this Energy Week Black Sea, which is the first time. I will love to be able to take part physically as well the next time. It's been very interesting to listen to these presentations, and I also congratulate you on a very good program. My name is Inger Carney. I'm the program director of the energy program in Romania, and I'm working for Innovation Norway. Now let's see if I will manage to switch slides. Yes, it's working. Okay.
And Inger, your slides are now bigger than the screen. Maybe you
again
yeah,
this issue.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but I think for the audience, in particular the online audience, it's important to have the proper size on the screen.
I agree with you. It's just trying to figure out where that can be.
It's always a hassle to get this properly done.
Yes.
But once it's done.
Okay, stop sharing maybe could be an option. So I'm thrilled to present to you some of the financing opportunities under the EEA Norway grants. The objectives of the EEA Norway grants, as you can see, hopefully, is contributing to reducing economic and social disparities in the European Economic Area. It's strengthening relations between Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, and the beneficiary countries. And the total amount of money set aside for this in 15 countries are 2.8 billion euros. And in countries like Romania, they have included energy programs. And this is what I will try to share a bit of information with you on it right now. So Innovation Norway is a state-owned agency with an objective to contribute to the growth of Norwegian industry and commerce by offering capital and experience. Innovation Norway is then a so-called fund operator and donor program partner in countries like Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, fund operator for programs within business, energy, and decent work. In the energy program in Romania, there are program partners from Norway, the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate. It's also the National Energy Authority in Iceland. And we have the so-called beneficiary state program partners from the Ministry of Energy in Romania and the Ministry of Environment. The overall program objective is less carbon intense energy and increased security of supply. And the program allocation is 62.8 million euros. The energy program in Romania consists of 5 focus areas. And these are renewable energy, energy efficiency, research and development, training and awareness, and electrification of households. The program will also enable the establishment of new businesses and jobs in the energy field, which will lead to positive social benefits for local communities. Achievements in the program so far. So overall, we are looking at now 41 projects under implementation. These are projects under renewable energy, with hydro, geothermal, and other renewable sources like solar and wind, with grants amounted for around 10 million euros. And these are also including 21 projects under energy efficiency, with the grant amount for 13 million euros. Currently, we are also looking at calls that we have closed within these 3 specific areas: hydropower, electrification of households, and other renewable sources. The latest one, we have received 71 applications. A little bit on the upcoming activities in the program, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it as we move on. We have an open opportunity within research and development with the deadline 14th of October, budget of 4.1 million euros. We have a opportunity within geothermal, closing as we speak tomorrow with the 3.25 million euros. And we have a so-called small grant scheme for SMEs and NGOs within the same topics, closing 3rd of December. Aim of these projects that we support. The aim is to increase renewable energy production from the renewable energy sources, to increase the installed capacity for production of energy electricity with the renewable sources, and to increase the number of new installations for production of renewable energy. And projects are also expected to contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions and increased security of supply. A little bit of how the program is set up. So the Romanian applicant will be in the driver's seat, meaning submitting the project application, signing the financing contract, whereas the donor partnership projects are strongly encouraged, meaning partnership with countries like Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. These are unique bilateral partnership opportunities with access to expertise, technologies, and solutions from these donor states. I would like to present to you a little bit more on the opportunities within our open calls. We have, I have mentioned to you briefly the geothermal call. To be an eligible applicant, you have to be, it's actually a broad range. So there is actually any entity, private or public, commercial or non-commercial, and non-governmental organization that can apply, established as a legal person in Romania at least 3 years. And then you have the eligible partners with the same criteria from Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein, or Romania, established for at least 1 year. And the geothermal call has a grant amount available from 200,000 euro to 2 million euros. And the grant rate is from 10% to max 90%. Applicants should expect to receive the should not expect, to receive the maximum grant rate per state aid rules. Whereas for the non-economic operators and the ones not falling under the state aid, it's a possibility of 80% max grant rate, and NGOs 90%. And what are the eligible activities under the geothermal? It's any development and investment in geothermal energy supplying public buildings, office buildings, malls, industrial sites, and so on. Activities to increase production capacity for geothermal energy, training of staff as an integrated part of an investment project, renewal of geothermal distribution system. This was geothermal. We also have the research and development call, where the focus is enhanced research and development capacity on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy security. The contribution will be made towards increased cooperation between the research institutions and the enterprises. And the industrial and experimental research projects that deliver impact during the program lifetime will be targeted. And here we are looking at a total of 4.1 million euro as a eligible budget for this call. And very quickly about the areas of support under the research and research call. We are looking at projects that will look at novel technologies for challenges in energy transition from fossil-based to less carbon emissions. We are looking at the smart grid technologies. We are looking at feasibility studies for carbon capture and storage, just to mention a few. And we also have the hydropower part here, where we're looking at safety measures, safety of classical hydropower stations and safety of old hydropower stations. Yes, and we also have the small grant scheme option with the same topics, hydropower, geothermal, and all the rest, for specifically SMEs and NGOs. And here we have an available budget for 1.9 million euros, and the grant amount can vary from 50,000 euros up until 200,000 euros. A little bit about projects examples I would like to share with you now. Here you can, we would like to mention, for instance, the public lighting system in Cluj-Napoca, and also the production of Cemex furniture in Romania. So one of the projects that actually have been finalized, the first project finalized in the energy program in Romania so far is Cemex. And it's production of Cemex furniture with green energy in the frame of the energy program in Romania. The eligible project budget for a project like this has been about 478,000 euros. And the grant and the support has been 237,000 euros. And the main objective of this project is to provide alternative energy resources from renewable sources for the furniture production process. Outcomes of this project: an estimated annual CO2 emission reduction of 364 tons of CO2 equivalent a year, and an estimated annual production of energy from other renewable sources, photovoltaic panels of 520 megawatt a year. 3 new jobs created for unemployed or disadvantaged people. Then we have the project example of Cluj-Napoca, a project where the promoter have two different projects, actually, one on the public lighting system with green energy, and the other one on photovoltaic panels on 8 public buildings, which belongs to the municipality of Cluj-Napoca. And the one of the public lighting system, we are talking about a replacement of 1,376 lighting points by using LED sources. And this new LED technology will provide Cluj-Napoca municipality opportunity to transform the current conventional lighting sources into a smart solution by combining efficient electricity consumption management, integrated lighting sources via internet into an adaptive smart control of the lighting level. And Cluj-Napoca is also implementing a project for installing photovoltaic panels on 8 public buildings, which I mentioned, for a grant amount of around 698,000 euros under the EEA and Norway grants. And the last example I would like to highlight is the AquaServe project. reducing of greenhouse gas emissions through biogas production, use into electricity and thermal energy in water and wastewater sector in Romania. The grant amount for this project is 1.88 million euros. And the project proposes the installation on a high efficiency biogas cogeneration unit for reducing greenhouse gas emissions at the wastewater treatment plant. And the objectives of this investment projects are a reduction of energy consumption of 6,000 megawatt a year, a CO2 equivalent emission reduction of 1,215 tons a year. And these projects aim to increase energy efficiency of water and wastewater infrastructure, increasing energy efficiency in industrial processes and reducing carbon emissions. So I would just like to finalize my speech by saying that we are there if you would like to contact us. We have a website, and we have the people sitting in Bucharest office for the Innovation Norway, and I'm based in Oslo myself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Inger. It was a very interesting presentation with a lot of, let's say, good projects on the ground in Romania. Highly appreciated. As a conference is, let's say, something which is very important for the speakers, I think it's even more important for the audience to have questions. So far, I haven't seen in my chat box questions, but I would like to raise a few questions to all the speakers, and then in inverse order. So Inger, you're the first one. If we look at your program, we know and see that, let's say, it's supported by Norway and by Iceland, and that also a number of initiatives are taken on the, let's say, on the hydro side and on the geothermal side. And as, let's say, we are all involved in the energy sector, we know that these type of generation assets are relatively expensive compared to the ever lower costs for instance, wind and solar. I'm not talking about hydrogen, but how do you see the prospects or the initiatives in your portfolio from your perspective in hydro and geothermal moving into what I call the assessment phase into maybe an investment phase?
I'm very sorry to interrupt, Inga, before you continue answering the question. And Ton, thank you very much for the question. We also have questions from the offline audience here. So Ton, if you have a chance to give the floor to people here who are offline and who want to raise questions as well, that would be great.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Ines. I'm just looking at my screen.
It's okay. Should I start?
Please guide us to the questions and the persons raising them.
Oh no, definitely let Inka reply to your question, and then at some point,
okay.
just so that you know that there are people here with questions as well. Thank you.
I have a moderator. I have a brief answer. We have seen when publishing calls for hydropower and geothermal that there are less projects that we receive, and this can indicate different things. But I think that the speed of implementing these projects are, of course, then different than, for instance, for the solar projects in our portfolio. So yeah. In a way, we have been a little bit struggling within these two, within hydropower and geothermal. But I think we have come to the conclusion that we will see some results from next year onwards.
Okay.
So yeah,
that's good to hear. Of course, people are very impatient in Romania, so we give the floor to them. Inessa, do you have questions from the audience?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Frank Branwell. I'm from European Energy, and I'm looking for principal EU and other strategic funds for renewable projects. So in this respect, I have a question to Roxana. And hello, Roxana. We met last year, by the way. And I'm very happy to have your colleague Adina now sitting next to me. I didn't know that. But it's regarding the modernization fund. And as we know there, that companies have to submit like their projects to the state, as I understood, and you mentioned a few of them as well. I would like to know, Roxana, are you also guiding companies maybe to come in and find, let's say, partners who want to go from black to green? Or can we actually come in as companies ourselves? We are now established in Romania, but can we as companies, very hands-on, come in and actually submit the proposals so that the Romanian state and you can look at them for the modernization fund? That's the first question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thank you. So on this modernization fund, it's been a long discussion on the market actually. So what we are doing now, we put together the utilization guideline. This means that basically after the public consultation, which is hopefully will take place end of October, somewhere in October, then we can get the modernization fund. You need first a governmental act to be enabled. So for this modernization act to actually be implemented in the local legislation. So it needs to be a governmental decision or an ordinance or something making this fund functionable in Romania. And once this fund, once this governmental decision is taken, then people can apply, private projects can apply for these grants. The idea is that, yeah, there will be lots of grants, probably, but there will also be financial instruments under the modernization fund, not only grants. So yes, everyone wants grants, we know that, but also you can mobilize more money by using financial instruments such as guarantee, like a first loss guarantee, or a type of guarantee where you support the off-taker of the power through in a PPA, so like a first loss guarantee in case the off-taker defaults or stuff like that. So we are thinking now to maybe implement such type of instruments as well, but the priority is the grants. Everyone wants, obviously, the grants. That's easy and quick to secure, I guess. I mean, I mentioned is the fund has 4 priorities. These are renewables, networks, storage, and high efficiency cogeneration. But there are also non-priority investments, such as gas-related investments in infrastructure, like transmission infrastructure, but also generation, such as CCGTs. But this needs to be obviously Paris aligned. They need to comply to all the tests of all the other financiers and the EIB. And it's not like, not every kind of CCGT will be able to be financed on this, on the fund. So it's, I guess it's, yes, it's for both renewables and also for non-priority investments such as CCGTs and transport and distribution infrastructure for the gas. But all the investments will have to comply to, they have to be aligned to Paris Agreement.
That goes without saying. I'm just thinking, and as you already answered a little bit, that they are not ready yet because you're still to do them. Depending on the crisis in Romania, let's say the government, which will be either the one or the current one or the new one, I mean, that has nothing in reality to do with the format of this fund, or is that correctly understood?
No, so this fund is managed by the EIB. So the money, the application forms are gathered by the Ministry of Energy and they will be sent to the EIB.
Right.
What the EBRD is doing, what our bank is doing, is basically help put together the utilization guidelines. So basically the eligibility criteria for this project. We just draft a document to help this fund, the modernization fund, be implemented in the Romanian legislation, and eligibility criteria for each type of project, for renewables, for storage, for networks, etc.
Then I can definitely offer some, if you like to have some sparring, as we discussed last year, a little bit with the power market, and so that if you want to have any input in that process, we are very willing to do that. And when you just open our office here in Romania as well. So we are really present here in this respect.
Yeah. And I think there will be some public consultations in October at some point, still to be decided. So we have two like big assignments for the year-end public consultation: the CFD scheme, the Contract for Differences scheme, and the Modernization Fund. So we have to go to the market with both to get the market's input on both assignments.
Okay.
Thank you. Then I would have a question actually to Inger Elisabeth Strand.
Hello.
Hej Inger, Frank Brandvold her.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Jeg hører dig kæmpebra.
Ja, så bra.
Thanks a lot, Inger. And it was nice to see that the EFTA part. My question is, the funds, can we apply for your funds side by side that we are applying for EU funding? As we go for the modernization funds, the RRF fund, can we at the same time parallel put in an application to you? We are not Norwegian. Yes, we have a company in Norway, but we are not Norwegian. We are in Romania and we are a Danish company. Can we apply to you as well?
Yes, you can, as long as you are open about it.
Of course, of course.
Yes. So, and usually we like to say that if you have experience in applying other funds, then you are a relevant applicant and also a good applicant. So yes, that's possible.
Perfect. I'll take contact afterwards then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Varsågod.
Back to Inessa for the next question. Inessa.
Ton, I don't see more hands from offline participants. No more hands. So you can go ahead with your questions and maybe questions from online attendees.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Inessa. Thank you, Inger, for answering my question. I have a question for Taras, and once again, I will do it in inverse order. Taras, could you briefly comment on, let's say, what you see in Georgia from your perspective on the regional investment climate? Do investors from the Black Sea area come to Georgia, or do Georgian investors look at the Black Sea region for their investments? Can you provide us with some information about that?
Sure. Now, this is all with the caveat of, so to say, the ongoing political crisis that's been going on here for the past year or so. But what I'm seeing from my investment network that is based here, that have built hydros or some other things, they're actually looking to diversify away from Georgia, mostly looking for Central Asia. And we're also seeing some of the Georgian SOEs kind of looking, or at least they were looking for Ukraine for some of the, I would say, I don't know if you would call it supply chain cleaning, because right now there is an issue with China with the solar panels. So I know there have been some solar plants that were kind of developed in Ukraine, and then they went, so to say, nowhere. And now there's renewed interest, so to say, to clean up the supply chain. So we're seeing some of this. I'm not really, I mean, there was a lot of Turkish investment here, but if you guys been reading the news, Enka just pulled out from the Namakhvani case. So it's a kind of situation that's changing by the minute, so to say. And Ukraine has also been a fairly interesting case because in terms of biogas and so to say biomass, it's fairly straightforward. But in terms of solar and wind, you obviously have seen the cases where the government decided to kind of chop the feed-in tariffs. So that hasn't been really particularly helpful for a lot of investors either.
Okay. Thank you, Taras. And it's very good to see that you're also taking care of the regional integration and business development in the Black Sea area, and even expanding into Central Asia. Well, now, Roxana, I have a question for you. The EBRD is the European Bank, of course, and you have also mentioned the EU, the European Union. When we talk about the European Union, we have a couple of countries in the Black Sea area being member states. How do you view the big green deal coming from Brussels impacting not only your business, but also these countries?
Yeah, so maybe I should start by saying that I'm covering, so I'm part of the Energy EMEA team at the EBRD, and I cover mainly Romania and Moldova, these two countries. So I you know, I don't cover like, I know a little bit about Bulgaria and Greece, for instance, but I'm afraid I'm not so knowledgeable on Georgia and the other countries on the other side. So what I can see now is basically for Romania and also for Moldova, actually, it's a lot of interest in renewables from the private investors. They are all in Romania. You all know they some of them are quite advanced with projects from the first wave. They're being redeveloped now to go under CFD framework or bilateral PPAs. What I know is that there is a great offshore potential for Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania in the Black Sea region. I know that Greece is much more advanced than Romania and Bulgaria, but hopefully we can catch up quickly. And yeah, I mean, we are not the EIB, but we are also very much influenced by the EU Green Plan. And of course, we want to support all our countries of operation meet the quotas in their national plan for climate and energy change, the 2030 quota, and then further down the 2050 net zero carbon emissions. So yeah, we are happy to finance everything which makes the countries reach this quota as soon as possible. We know it's already 2021, and in Romania we haven't started working on the 2030 quota yet. So I hope we can do this quickly.
Okay. Thank you so much for these clarifications, and also taking care of Moldova is important because it's a small country, but I think there's also potential and a lot of things to do on the renewables. Thank you. And Christina, being, let's say, the representative for the European Investment Bank, and let's say your topic on merchant risk, may I turn the question into, let's say, a very detailed one? Did EIB already invest in project with merchant risk? And if so, was there a need to involve, let's say, the contract for difference schemes? And do these schemes then benefit from concessional funding or subsidies? Because that's also an important thing for the audience to know. If you have, let's say, a renewable energy project, you're not getting a PPA, running the merchant risk. Is there a way to get access to the compensation or the contract for differences scheme?
Yes, I would say that yes, we have experience with merchant risk, both in combination with PPA. So in case where there is a merchant balloon or a negative tail, or also merchant risk mitigated by contract for difference. The experience varies very much. It depends very much on the market that we are talking about. In the Nordic countries, in Spain, we are dealing with a lot more merchant risk than in I would say this Eastern Central parts of Europe. Recently, we signed a few deals in Poland that involve contract for difference. They benefit from the 15 years support program based on auctions, which is managed by the Polish government. And even when you have such a situation with contract for difference, I mean, the profile that the investor's auction doesn't always match the production profile. So you might have to deal with merchant risk in the beginning of the project or at the end. So I mean, we also run a bunch of sensitivities based on our experience and with help from our external consultants, and also in combinations with the other lenders for each project, depending, if it's solar or wind, depending on risk for curtailment. But yes, to give you a very brief answer, yes, we have experience with merchant risk.
Thank you so much, Christina, for confirming that merchant risk is not easy, but sometimes you can deal with it, and in specific cases you have already done that. Thank you. Bernard, you talked about public and private partnerships, and one of the things which you also mentioned is you have in some of your countries very big players who, even with pre-agreed auctions where at the end of the day price only seems to be important, do you see a kind of a rat race on the tariffs for solar and wind, and to a lesser extent in other areas? For instance, hydrogen is still, let's say, emerging, and offshore wind is also, let's say, not yet mainstream. But do you see that tendency that there is a group of very big players with, let's say, very low tariffs which they accept for their projects, which as a consequence doesn't give much room for, let's say, other smaller players? What do you see on your radar, Bernard?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. It is true that in some large market where there is a potential for a significant number of gigawatts to be rolled out, at the beginning of the introduction of renewable energy, it is true that some big players are buying market shares and are positioning themselves, and the price that they the price that results from a tender is rock bottom, and actually you end up with an internal rate of return for those investors which are extremely low and which are, I would say, sometimes off market, because those large players, not only they have economy of scale, but they are also buying market shares. In environments, and that's true for Central Asia, for example. In other markets where you don't have such a large room for development, the big players are less incentivized to sacrifice their internal rate of return, and therefore you don't have a race to the bottom, and then you have more room for other investors and for a more diverse pool of investors. So it really depends on the market. On the smaller market in Eastern Europe, I would say maybe not on larger markets, or even on some larger market in Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. Yes, you have a race to the bottom.
Is there something you can do about this, Bernard, or is this? You could, for instance, say in an auction, nobody can take more than 50% of the available capacity.
Look, at the end of the day, the objective is to provide the government with the best terms and conditions, contractually and price. So if we have a race to the bottom, great. Now, the only limitation will come from the fact that we may want to advise the government not to leave a certain percentage of their renewable energy park committed for 20 years in the hand of certain groups, because some of those groups are also playing with a political influence game. And there are geopolitical consideration, some political influence levels that may result from someone owning 40% of the solar park, for example, of a country. So with respect to those considerations, we may advise the government to introduce certain limitation in the percentage of renewable owned by certain groups. But the low price will not be a consideration for advising the government to impose such limitation.
Okay. Thank you so much for this additional clarification. And I'm now turning to Matti. The Green for Growth Fund, like many other development finance institutions, is doing both the direct financing of renewables, but also has the financial institution opportunity. Matti, is it within your scope of activities, is it, let's say, also a focus within the financial sector investments to get more done on green, on renewables, on things like that? How do you steer your activities with the financial institutions you have on your radar into more green and making the Green Deal work?
Yeah, thanks, Ton. I think that's a really good question. We do have these two arms, the financial institutions business and the direct lending. And I'm more focused on the direct lending myself, but we do coordinate quite a bit with the financial institutions team as well. And I think overall they're really complementary. It's just, it serves different needs of the market, different project sizes. The FI business is really the smaller projects in the various countries. But I think we do see that there's more of a demand for these products as well. There is more and more development as the renewable energy space on the utility scale develops. We've also seen that sort of these smaller scale solar projects that are going into residential units, some of the CNI type solars that are going to businesses are also being developed more by small local developers. And these are being actively funded by some of the local banks and leasing companies and even microfinance institutions. So I think they do go hand in hand a little bit. Sometimes, the smaller ones do go ahead first, and then the utility scale is, for example, the regulation might be lagging a little bit behind, and that comes later. So we do see that there's a lot of benefits in both, and we do try to talk a lot with the financial institutions and make sure that they see the business case for it. It's not just talking about subsidies and so on. There's a real business case in many of these situations, and so that's, I think, a short answer to that one.
Okay, thank you, Matti, and thank you all. I think on behalf of all speakers, I can reconfirm that it's we have to apologize for not being present in Romania, in Bucharest, in the hotel, meeting face-to-face with all the investors, the government officials, consultants, O&M companies, and all of you. And this is really a pity. And we long forward to, let's say, the new situation where COVID doesn't impact one of us. I would also like to thank again the organizers for making this possible, inviting all of us, making these presentations available to the audience. And I think for all of us, it's important that we keep this interaction online or on the ground, and that in the future we all have a responsibility to contribute one way or the other to a greener world. And on that note, I give the floor back to Inessa.
Much, Ton, and thank you to all of our online speakers for such an interesting session and very interesting, engaging presentations. We really, really hope to see you all offline next year. I'm sure it will be doable. And all of our offline participants, you're now invited to join us for lunch, same location as yesterday on the ground floor. Thank you so much, and please get back to us in about 40 minutes for a session on green hydrogen. Thank you, Ton. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thanks.
So hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our today's panel, session number 5, which is green hydrogen and power to X, what's becoming a reality. If you follow the discussions in public, you have basically two extreme positions. There's the one position which says it is the future which can really save us and will be an important part in the energy transition. On the other hand, you have the other voices who say, well, this is theory and economically not feasible. And I think both are somehow right. It reminds me somehow of the discussions which we had 40 years ago with the people who were in charge of the classical power plants. And they were laughing about renewables at that point in time and didn't believe in the future. And if you look at our today's world, it has changed dramatically. And I think that hydrogen and power to X in some areas has a huge chance to really play an important role in the energy transition. And I'm very happy that we have lots of experts here today in our panel, both here present and also online. And I would like to start with the first speaker, which is Hasan Aksoy. Acting Director, Head of Research at Shura Energy Transition Center, with the topic Turkey's priority areas for a national hydrogen strategy. Hello, Asa.
Much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, nice to be here, and I would like to say welcome all participants and listeners. Please let me share my presentation. I hope you can see the presentation now.
Yes, it works fine.
Okay, great. My name is Hasan Aksoy. First of all, again, I'd like to thank you for your kind invitation in this event. Today, I will try to present our study, which is published in February 2021, namely Turkey's priority areas for a national hydrogen strategy. We conducted this study with Bilkent Energy Policy Research Center together. And today I aim to present the results, what we reach. So maybe we can also mention a little bit Shura Energy Transition Center. Shura is a think tank focusing on decarbonization of energy system in Turkey, a transparent platform working for Turkey energy transition with Turkey priorities, discussion on Turkey energy sector among all interested stakeholders. We are providing fact-based, unbiased, and independent research and analysis covering technology, economics, and policies. We try steering the debate on Turkey energy transition. If you look at the key messages in this study, building a local hydrogen industry is becoming an important energy strategy for Turkey in the near future. And green hydrogen can have a potential about 5% in Turkey energy mix, especially for hard to decarbonize sectors of industry, buildings, and transport. According to our analysis, it shows that first order estimate shows 4.6 million ton equivalent green hydrogen potential exists. Of course, it requires more than 12 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity, and it's around total investment 45 billion US dollar. Of course, it includes renewable power capacity. If you look at the priority areas for Turkey, developing a hydrogen strategy, including a clean plan with the cost, benefit, and system implications, it will be crucial. And also mobilizing financing and understanding hydrogen business opportunities, including export, will be crucial. On the other hand, contribution to Turkey energy transition as a local resource will need to be investigated. As you know, many countries published roadmap, strategy, vision document during this period, maybe last 5 years, and also hydrogen policy, one of the most popular topic in the energy sector nowadays. Also, growing numbers of studies undertaken by many institutes focus on clean energy resources. Turkey doesn't have any strategy plan, roadmap, and vision document yet, but we know that government bodies working on it. If you look at the application areas of hydrogen, this is a very generic picture. We can talk about transport, industry, and natural gas grid. In transport sector, fuel cells and can be complementary to battery electric vehicles. Fuel cells also can be used for rail, aviation, and maritime sectors. In industry sector, hydrogen can be replaced with fossil fuel produced and feedstocks, and new commodities like ammonia can be created for the industrial using. In natural gas, this is also another area. Hydrogen can be blended in the natural gas grid for using in buildings, industry, and also electricity sector. It provides many beneficial like seasonal storage for solar and wind integration into grid, and also provides grid services, and also it can be used buildings to decarbonize energy use. According to our analysis, Turkey total final consumption has reached 109 million ton in 2019, and energy import dependency continues. If you look at the sector by sector, power sector transformation is underway with a sense of urgency. Actually, almost 50% electricity demand coming from the renewables. Wind and solar share is approaching 50% share nowadays. And also, but only power sector is not enough, of course. Electricity share in total final energy consumption is around 20% only. We should also look at other sectors like manufacturing industry, buildings, and also transportation sector. The manufacturing industry, largest energy user, it's 39% of total final consumption. Turkey is within the top 10 globally steel production from electric arc furnaces. It can be a good opportunity for the hydrogen in use these sectors. So, of course, measures needed to minimize the potential impact of carbon border adjustment on Turkey's industry competitiveness. Buildings are large gas users, currently rapidly growing 9.1 million building stock utilize the gas. So this is also interesting area for Turkey. We can use hydrogen in the natural gas grid. Transportation sectors also requires some transformative solutions. Currently, electric vehicles maybe around 2000, maybe it is a little bit old information, maybe it can be reached around 5,000. And also, especially road freight vehicles, road freight area, hydrogen can be used. And also, if you look at the sector by sector, almost 50% represent hard to transform sectors in all final energy demand. They are also responsible for almost 50% total CO2 emissions. If you look at the opportunities for green hydrogen in Turkey, manufacturing industry, as I mentioned earlier, steel production is quite high, and direct reduced iron electric arc furnace route can be utilized further. It means that we can use hydrogen instead of coal and gas in steel production. Production of synthetic fuels to decarbonize industrial energy use will be important, cement and chemicals especially. Ammonia industry and methanol industry should be investigated more. In buildings, as I mentioned earlier, hydrogen can be blended in the natural gas grid. 5% blending test already ongoing in some pilot projects. It is tested. In the transportation sector, fuel cells will be important, notably for the road freight, and also we should investigate seasonal storage for power system. According to our results, we have seen 4.6 million ton green hydrogen potential exists. It is equivalent around 5% of Turkey total final energy consumption in 2018. If we split between the sectors, 2.1 million ton industry, 1.8 million ton transport, and 0.6 million ton for blending. But of course, we need to plan hydrogen logistic and trade potentials need to be understood in developing Turkey hydrogen strategy. Especially Turkey, as you know, Turkey has great wind and solar potential, as well as hydro. So we should need to plan all of them. Supply locations should be matched with the demand locations. So there is a need, a holistic approach to use these locations, these hydrogen potentials, together with renewable energy sources. And I would like to also inform you, currently we are working on another study, opportunities for production and export of green hydrogen in Turkey. It is already continue. We are planning to release the report in December 2021. The aim of the study, assess Turkey hydrogen market development potential, assess locations for suitable plants for production of hydrogen, and we will assess export hydrogen potentials in near term and medium term. This is my final slide. If we talk about action areas for a national hydrogen strategy of Turkey, firstly, we need to understand opportunities of green hydrogen to reduce energy import dependency. Also, we should investigate opportunities for the gas sector. Of course, financing will be the crucial to realize all of them. Planning for renewable energy integration to green hydrogen production, also another important point for the green hydrogen. Cost, social, economic, and environmental benefits of hydrogen production should be investigated detail, and also business opportunities and exports should be investigated. We should also analyze power system implication of green hydrogen. It's needed to create a hydrogen ecosystem. And finally, positioning the role of green hydrogen in the Turkey overall energy transition strategy will be investigated. So thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any question, I can answer. And also you can directly contact via my email address here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hasan. Very interesting insight into the Turkish market development. We will have a special Q&A session at the end of the presentations. I hope you will still be around. And I'm sure there will be from the audience, either online or here in the room, some questions also directed to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to hand over to Alexander Diachenko. I hope I pronounce your names correctly. With the topic the potential of Ukraine in green hydrogen production, new challenge. Alexander is also online. I hope.
Yeah, hello, I'm here. Just a second, I will switch the video. Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you. Now we can also see you. Yes.
Okay, what about presentation? You can see it now?
We can also see the presentation here. Thank you.
Okay. So, hello everybody. My name is Alexander Dichenko, and I'm a vice president of Ukraine Hydrogen Council. And today, I think we'll briefly talk about the hydrogen, green hydrogen in Ukraine. So, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm quite sure that this event is very important nowadays. And I'm definitely sorry that I cannot be present offline. But you see that COVID restrictions have taught us to be effective online and change our way of communication. Today, I want to speak about the potential of green hydrogen in Ukraine. But maybe firstly, a few words about our association. We founded it in 2018. At present, we have more than 30 members and around 10 fundamental research works. And of course, I think that our main aim and main vision is to build not only the export-oriented hydrogen value chain, but also to build a strong domestic hydrogen market. Then I also want in the next slide to highlight our main achievements. I think one of them that we create the Atlas of Energy Potential of Renewable Energy Sources in Ukraine. We updated, so now we can have opportunity to check how it's going on with the renewables. Also, I think very main point and very main achievement of our association that we develop the possible options and ways how we can use our national gas pipeline to deliver green hydrogen in to other countries. And of course, our association was involved to draft roadmap, and I hope that Ukraine announce our roadmap for hydrogen and our national strategy soon. But of course, the main fundamental paper for today for us, for Ukrainians, this is a Green Deal. This is a 240 gigawatt initiative, and according to this paper, Ukraine has the possibility to produce and export the green hydrogen to European markets. But as I said before, I think we also need to think about our national market also. This September, we have brought 2 Toyota Mirai cars to Ukraine. We complete all paperwork, such as certification, and they was the first hydrogen cars in Ukraine. So we answer for the question, what was the first, egg or chicken? So when we have cars today, so we have very ambitious project in refilling stations, and I hope that we will announce the first refilling station maybe in the beginning of the next year. On the next slide, I want to focus your attention about green hydrogen potential of Ukraine. As you know, we need to combine 3 main success factors. This is renewables, water resources, and transportation. Our association has already detected the most potential areas, and you can see that average annual production of green hydrogen, in average, expected around 500,000 million cubic meters. And now I want to start and I want to present some real projects, some outgoing projects, first of all. And I need to talk about companies like DTEC, like Optima, UDPR, H2U, and Ukraine transmission system operator as the main hydrogen fleet in Ukraine today. So these companies which have an ambition, real project, I think, and this project not stopped, they are all time running, and you can see on your screen that, for example, company H2U, they have a project for green hydrogen production plant. The power plant will be situated in southern Bessarabia. It will produce green hydrogen using renewable energy. The project is really ambitious, but it has access to the water resources and has a good potential of sun and wind energy. Finally, the river Danube could be the main road for delivering green hydrogen, which can be transferred to the green ammonia, for example. Also, this project has connected to the national gas pipeline, and it could be the option to deliver the hydrogen. This October, the visibility study of this project will be ready. And the first stage, it will be around 100 megawatt of electrolyzer capacity and about 200 megawatt of renewable capacity. In my opinion, this project could be successfully connected to IPCEI projects in Europe, and together it would be the good economic efficiency. For the next slide, I'm also happy to present the company UDPR. They have a project called the H2 Argus. The project is situated in the south of Ukraine, close to the border, which opens delivery possibilities. The combination of solar, wind, and hydropowers in this region, and also the freshwater resources, are existing logistic infrastructure makes this project unique for producing a low-cost green hydrogen. Today, the project also in a visibility study. I hope that it will be finished this year also. And for the main data of this project, the total capacity is around 200 megawatt of electrolyzer with further conversion to the green ammonia. In my opinion, this project also has the necessary components and have all the necessary components and to be competitive in the future. And to sum up, I want to focus your attention on the fact that the energy transition is impossible without countries which are present in today's conference. And it's very important to stay in touch and build a hydrogen value chain together. From our side, our association is open for communication and ready to provide any support. So thank you very much. I prefer to save more time for the questions and save time for our discussion, further discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. So we have seen two countries already, Turkey and Ukraine, who have got really challenging plans for hydrogen. Now, with that, I'd like to hand over to Jon Iordache, Executive Director at the Romanian Association for Hydrogen, and with a presentation about Romania between green and low carbon hydrogen, and to see which are the plans for Romania for hydrogen.
So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I stay up because to sit down all time is quite complicated. And second, usually I have next strategy when I have a meeting in the first part of the day till after lunch. Is one kind of discussion. After lunch, maybe it's good to be more relaxed at one with not so many data because really the people are tired. So let's to make a short introduction. I'll take this remote control. It's not here. Okay. No, I have also the screen there. So first of all, I'm Executive Director of Romania Association for Hydrogen Energy. This is a non-governmental organization. The group with more than 200 people. We was founded in 2012, and in fact, we want to represent in this association the Romanian hydrogen energy community. Second, I'm a researcher. I'm working in the National Center for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell from Romania, and this center is a part of National Research and Development Institute for Cryogenic and Isotopic Technology. This institute was founded in Vâlcea in 70, initial at the industrial pilot plant. Now, at this moment, we are a research institute, and in fact, we are focused in 3 directions. First, our tritium is one isotope of hydrogen and nuclear part and nuclear activity regarding tritium. Second is about environment, food security, and chemistry and physics, analytics of chemistry and physics. And the third direction, in fact, is for hydrogen and hydrogen energy. Why? Because in 17, we was a research institute or research center for heavy water program in Romania for nuclear program from Romania. So we start with deuterium, which was one isotope of hydrogen. Today we'll work with the second one, tritium, and of course with protium or normal hydrogen. Here is the location of our research institute. Here is the main building of National Center for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell, also logo with association and my research institute. Some words about this institute and about our preoccupation in the area of hydrogen energy and economy, of course. First, we start to work with hydrogen for and fuel cell for energy sector in the 19. After that, in 2009, this National Center for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell, in fact, was built and started to be functional at the research department. After this, we extend our activity with one laboratory about, let's say, low temperature. And second laboratory was about energy storage, in fact, more or less with lithium-ion battery and research about this kind of battery. And of course, is a lot of theory about what we want to do, what is our scope, and so on. But let's to have some discussion in the context of green and low carbon hydrogen. In Romania, there are around 50 public universities and also 50 research institutes, but only a few part of them, we counted around 10, 15, are working in the area of hydrogen and fuel cell. You have here some of our expertise. First was high under. In this project, we made some research at European level in the area of hydrogen underground storage in a salt cavern, at the part, in fact, of green hydrogen strategy, if you want. High-low. In this project, we studied and we tried to find what are the administrative and legal barriers in the, let's say, in the area of hydrogen technology, which work not for hydrogen, just are like a physical and administrative barrier. And the last one, here we work together with the Polytechnic of Bucharest from Romania, but also with other research institutes and university from Europe, is a Teach High. We want to create a European curricula of master. Now about Romania. In Romania, we made hydrogen for many years. We say more or less 100 years. And first time in the world, in parallel, at Târnăveni, we made hydrogen from using chemical method and also electrochemical methods, water electrolysis. Now we also use ammonia in raffinery, also in chloralkali plants, also, of course, for agrochemistry. But also we have other direction in Romania where hydrogen is used at the industrial scale. Metallurgy, glass industry, food industry, electronics, and also an energy sector, but not in the scope of energy. What I want to mean is we have today a vision about hydrogen for energy. Now here is more about chemistry, about other kind of application of hydrogen. Here is a list with Romanian companies which are working in the area of hydrogen, and these are companies that in fact produce hydrogen from a lot of application. But this is area, not energy, more for chemistry, for, of course, for raffinery, also is for transport energy, but also is more or less chemistry, is not energy. And of course, glass industry and so on. Now, in Romania, from our estimation, we have these quantities of hydrogen. In agrochemistry are a main quantity, also in raffinery, also other quantities, smaller one in the area of pure chemistry. What a kind of comparison I want to make here? You can find that with 1 ton of hydrogen, can I put this quantity of energy for 10 cars per year? Grosso modo, estimation is not exactly one. What means, in fact, this quantity of hydrogen which is made in Romania, which are made in Romania today, more or less 3 million of cars. But of course, it's impossible to use this energy, hydrogen for mobility or other kind of energy application because there's no infrastructure. Usually this hydrogen is made in one site and also is used in the same area. But also you have here some comparison of the number of cars. In fact, in Bucharest now are more or less 1.2 million of cars. So we can use this hydrogen for a double population of car or a fleet from Bucharest. So about energy. From green scenarios, green energy, we have here two graphics, two pictures regarding wind and solars. And you can find, here are more scenarios, 3 scenarios, but you can find there the huge amounts of renewable energy. Also, what is important, and for what I put that in the corner, in the, your right part, what in fact is a capacity factor. Because it's not enough to fill all country with the solar panels, because in fact these panels work some hours per day. The same is available for wind. And in general, we can discuss that the renewable energy is free, more or less free, let's say, but it's not all time. Depends by climaterical condition, by if I have wind, sun, also about local condition. If it's a dust area, we can have a lot of problem with the solar panels and so on. And in fact, what is good to know that with 1 gigawatt of electricity, we can make more or less 18 tons of hydrogen. And if you want to make a summary, so one smaller exercise, you can find exactly what is the amount of energy that can be made using this quantity of renewable energy. Also, nuclear power. In fact, at this moment, we have 2 nuclear reactors in Romania. We know that the clear intention of Romanian authority and Romanian players in the area of energy is to have the other 2 in the next years. So this means this quantity, more or less 2,540 megawatts. And in fact, which I want to tell you, that with this quantity we can make 5 tons of air per hour. 5 tons of hydrogen per hour. That means the quantity for 500 fuel cell vehicles per year. And of course, I put those smaller, also in Romania. But this quantity of electricity, which is made by a reactor, if I use only 3 hours per day this energy, not all day, I say, okay, in the middle of the night, between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock, when the quantity of energy in the market is smaller, smaller, and does not need to use so many energy, but I cannot stop 1 nuclear reactor because it's not so smaller installation is quite complicated. So if I'll use per night 3 hours of this electricity, can I put the energy for 500,000 of cars per year? This is only some comparison. Of course, these data are available also for renewables. So, in fact, in my opinion, is that we can take care exactly what means this low carbon and where is the best solution, only pure green or only low carbon? Because here I have other picture for you. You can find, in fact, for all life cycle of the technology. You can find that, in fact, also green energy like a solar or wind is not so clean, because I need to make this equipment, I will use, yes, during the life are completely zero carbon emission, but also is need to recycle and to move from the system these equipments. That in fact means CO2 additions. So in fact, you can find nuclear is only 12 grams per kilowatts, solar panels between 40-48, wind between 11-12. So low carbon hydrogen effect means also not only green, not only renewable, also nuclear. So in fact we have these two directions for low carbon and for, in order to decrease in fact the quantity of CO2 emission. And of course I made some comparison what means CO2 emission per megawatt and per ton of hydrogen. Of course, if it's complete zero, we have zero. But the current technology, which we say gray hydrogen, means only 12 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen. The report is 12:1. But actual technology, if we use electricity and power, is 50 tons of CO2 per 1 ton of hydrogen. Also, our Romanian target for 2025, so when we will made around 0.62 tons of CO2 per megawatt, means for hydrogen production, 34 tons of CO2 per tons of hydrogen. So in fact, reality is that today, green hydrogen is very clean in comparison with the electricity in the next decades. And the electricity in the next decades don't mean complete zero CO2 emission. Because we must take care about, I will produce solar panels or wind turbines. I need to, after 10, 20 years, depends how many long I will keep alive, is need to recirculate this material, this technology, and so on. All this period of time per total means CO2. Is not to say, okay, at the car, at the pipe, no emission. But at the end of the system can be, and this I want to show in this table, that electricity at this moment, if we want to make hydrogen via electricity, the quantity of CO2 is bigger, maybe 4 times than actual gray technology. Thank you. This was my presentation. And I invite you, if you want, to visit our National Center for Hydrogen and Fuel Cell in Râmnicu Vâlcea. Also, the association are in the same campus. Thank you for your attention. I hope that I was in time.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Johan. Again, very challenging plans also for Romania, and possibilities and chances, of course. And I would like to pass on to the next online speaker, who is David. Again, I have a problem with the name. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Otarisvili from Georgia. He's the chairman of the BNC Sea Hydrogen Alliance, managing partner, Green Hydrogen Business Unit, H2 Exarch On, with the topic Hi Georgia, Green Hydrogen from Georgia to the EU. Green hydrogen and development opportunities in the Black Sea region.
Mr. Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me as well?
All good.
Yeah, thank you. At first, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the investing in network member teams for giving me such a unique opportunity, and Energy Center of Romania to support such kind of initiatives. I will try to share my screen for you, and I will kindly ask you to confirm if you see the presentation as well.
Yes, we can see it.
So as you mentioned, my name is David Otarishvili, so you pronounced it quite good. And I'm representing the H2 Hexagon global engineering and management consulting company, and I'm responsible for the green hydrogen business unit. And above that, I'm a chairman of newly launched Black and Caspian Sea Hydrogen Alliance. So we'll speak about that. Today, I want to introduce you about the High Georgia vision. So it's all about the green hydrogen production in Georgia for the export purposes to the European Union. Before we go to the project itself, very quickly, I will tell you more about the company. As I mentioned, it's engineering and management consulting company dedicated to energy transition, but specialized in big scale, low carbon hydrogen value chains. We have representatives in France covering the EU continent, and we have the representatives in Georgia covering the Black Sea and Caspian Sea regions and EU associated countries. The experience of the company in the sustainable value chains, the success of the renewable energy project development execution worth of more than 2 billion euros worldwide. We have 15 international team members, mainly engineers who are specialized in green hydrogen value chains. And the company is a member of European Clean Hydrogen Alliance and Hydrogen Europe as well, which brings together EU Commission's FCH, Hydrogen Europe, INEA, and international representatives of hydrogen industry. So I assume that not everyone are quite familiar with the hydrogen with attending today, so I want to make a little summary about what is it and how it is used today and what are the challenges and what are the future expectations. Yeah, in general, hydrogen is the most abundant chemical in the universe. So today it is not new, actually. The industrial processes have a long history, mainly from SMR process, and it is produced mainly for ammonia production. And then ammonia is used for the fertilizer industry to manufacture fertilizers. And it is known as a gray hydrogen, but the world is trying to make this process cleaner. So, and here is the definition of green hydrogen coming out, and the green hydrogen is just a way of production of the hydrogen itself from the water electrolysis by using renewable electricity. And just to give you numbers and insights, for example, 1 kilogram hydrogen with a low heating value, it's somewhere 33.3 kilowatt hour, and with a high heating value, it's somewhere 39.4 kilowatt hour, and high mass of energy density of 1 kilogram of hydrogen is somewhere 3.77 liter of gasoline, and low volumetric density as well per one normal cubic meter of hydrogen is 0.334 liters of gasoline. Yeah? And talking about the technologies, for example, 1 megawatt of electrolysis that are commercially available today on the markets can produce around 18 kilogram of hydrogen per hour. And the energy needed for this process per kilogram electricity is somewhere around 55 more or less kilowatt hours, and additional inflow for the process is demineralized water around 10 liters. If we convert the way around the hydrogen into back to the electricity, so from 1 kilogram we can receive around 16 kilowatt hour of electricity, and commercially available cars, for example, are using 5 kilogram tanks. And by 1 kilogram, you can cover 100 kilometers. Yeah, so this is mainly the advantage of the green hydrogen when talking about using it as a fuel in the transportation sector. So it's not a new. Of course, it's different between regions and between continents and the countries, the development of the green hydrogen activities and business sector in general. But the technology exists and ready to be deployed, and mainly the green hydrogen development is concentrated on the hard to electrified sectors like transportation in terms of the big vehicles and shipping sector and airplanes, also for heating and power for buildings and industry processes in the industry feedstocks and also for the power generation. So it was to mention that the EU is trying to lead the hydrogen development activities, and it's all about the Green Deal, which it sets that how to make the European continent the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And it is based on two main strategies: energy system integration and hydrogen strategy, where energy system integration means that the system is planned and operated as a whole, and the hydrogen actually plays as a backbone of the power systems in Europe. And you have its targets as well, 40 gigawatt of water electrolysis development for green hydrogen production purposes by 2030 inside of EU, and 40 gigawatt additional water electrolysis installed capacity outside of the European Union in the partner countries. And this is actually the values that can be captured, for example, in case of Georgia and similar countries, to concentrate the strategic development of hydrogen and concentrate on the export purposes. The target price for European Union, it was to mention, is by 2030, it varies from 2.5 to 3 euros per kilogram. And a lot of developments already started in different countries. So mainly countries first adapted the national hydrogen strategies. And if you see the map, you see the main European countries with projected installed capacities and investments that will be allocated for the execution of the project. So in the dark blue, there's the countries who already adapted the hydrogen strategies, and with the countries, light blue is the countries that are on their way. So what our company H2Hexagon actually did for Georgia, we drafted the national green hydrogen strategy for Georgia, covering the time period starting from 2021 till the 2030. So as energy sector representatives, we are having this discussion about the Georgian energy market, mainly covering the electricity market. Yeah, it's more dependent on the seasonality. So Georgia facing the mismatch between supply and demand on electricity, mainly in the winter time, and it is heavily dependent on the imported electricity, with a big share coming from Russia, which is a nonsense, political nonsense for a country like Georgia. So what is proposed under the strategy is that the first Georgia should tackle this challenge and to solve this problem, to develop the renewable energy sources to fulfill the local demand on the electricity. And we propose to develop first wind and solar with a total installed capacity up to 1.5 gigawatt, and to integrate it into the national grid, and additionally 700 megawatt pump storage hydro. And this project exists in Georgia actually to pick up the wind and solar power generation. This will be totally enough today to, and in the near future, to fulfill the current demand and future projected demand on the electricity. And beside wind and solar, Georgia is a country with abundant hydropower potential, which is more than 70% is untapped today. And what we are proposing to use the hydropower potential purely for the green hydrogen production. And we are talking about the numbers somewhere technically potential can be developed 6 gigawatt of hydro, and accordingly 3 gigawatt of water electrolysis. So in this case, we see the out of the box thinking approach, because if you see all around the world how the hydrogen business activities are going on, mainly it is coupled to wind and solar, and many companies are more concentrated on the curtailed energy. So in this case, it's a little bit different. So we are using wind and solar to solve fastly the problem of the disbalance between supply and demand on the electricity, and we are suggesting to use hydropower potential and to directly connect it to the water electrolysis and to start hydrogen production. And it has a lot of financial and technical potentials and advantages compared to wind and solar as well. Talking about the numbers, so project location Georgia, as I've told you, the renewable energy development mainly coming from the hydro up to 6 gigawatt, and it gives us the installed capacity of water electrolysis up to 3 gigawatt. Besides that, it is very interesting if such kind of project can be developed and executed in Georgia to build the gigafactory of electrolysis for the electrolysis technology manufacturing in the free industrial zones of the country. And this will give us the possibility to produce 500,000 tons of green hydrogen per year. The total investment of such kind of project is up to 8 billion euros, according to the current technology costs. And the price in this case that Georgia can offer to the European Union by 2030, it will be less than 2 euros per kilogram, including the transportation cost. So as you see, as I mentioned in the beginning, the target price for European Union is somewhere 2.5 to 3 euros per kilogram. So it's even less than the European target price. And the revenue somewhere 1.5 billion euros per year. And besides the hydrogen, talking about the ammonia potential, sustainable ammonia production, and mainly development of supply chains of ammonia and using ammonia as a fuel, promising fuel for the shipping sector in the Black Sea region as well. So compared to Turkish strategy and Ukrainian strategy, where it is integrated to develop the first current market and also concentrated on the export. In case of Georgia, the first priority will be to concentrate directly on the export in the European Union. Of course, not talking about that it can create hundreds of thousands of direct and indirect new jobs, and Georgia will become essential part of the European integrated energy system, which is essential to create the physical connection between these two markets, which does not exist today. Georgia is trying to integrate European laws, trying to align the Georgian energy market to the European energy market. But well, in many cases, it can be a roadblock if we will not create a physical connection between these two markets. So it's essential, and hydrogen can play a key role here. So yeah, Western Georgia can become a hub for green hydrogen ecosystem, and hydropower potential mainly accumulated in the west part of the country. And green hydrogen production infrastructure can be developed in the Western Georgia near the seaside as well. And gigafactory, as I've told you, can be built in the free industrial zones. I will show it how it looks like on the map on the left side. If you see where the HPPs are concentrated up in the mountains, and near the seaside, power to gas, so electrolysis infrastructure can be developed. Close by is a free industrial zone where the gigafactory can be built for the electrolysis manufacturing, and there is a port as well, where actually the produced green hydrogen can be how to inject it in the special vessels and can transport it using the Black Sea Road. Here, there is two options that we are assessing, potential options, how Georgia can deliver the green hydrogen to European Union. The first is to deliver it with special vessels in a compressed form, it's possible. Here I would like to more concentrate your attention talking about the energy sector representatives from Romania, because Georgia and Romania can find a synergies here, because potential delivery points can be a port of Constanța in Romania or port of Varna in Bulgaria, while the potential loading points in Georgia can be a Potisi port and Hulevio terminal. Another interesting option how Georgia can deliver the low carbon hydrogen to European Union, it's at mixing it with natural gas in Southern Caucasus pipeline, which is a part of the Southern Gas Corridor. Besides that opportunities, yesterday there was a session dedicated to the offshore energy potential. So we had a discussion about the Black Sea region potential, Black Sea potential in terms of the offshore developments. and but also very interesting the Caspian Sea that can be integrated later on in the hydrogen value chain to even scale up the green hydrogen production. And you see the numbers, yeah, here the offshore wind technical potential in Caspian Sea, mainly on the Azerbaijani part and the Kazakhstan part, is somewhere 845 gigawatt, which is a huge number, including both fixed and floating. And if we try to find the synergies, yeah, between Caspian Sea countries, including Caucasus region and Black Sea region, so that's something we have to concentrate, I do believe, because there's a huge untapped potential in terms of the renewable energy side as well, and in terms of the production of green hydrogen for the export purposes, and also using the existing infrastructure that's connecting these two continents to each other. Yeah, that's more or less about the vision of the hydrogen development in Georgia. Besides that, H2 Hexagon initiated the Black Sea and Caspian Sea Hydrogen Alliance. Actually, this officially it was launched in September this year. And so we are very proud and happy that Romanian Energy Center is already a member of the alliance. And just to give you the clear understanding, yeah, of the purpose of the alliance, that the main idea of the alliance is to address how to transform this unique opportunity, yeah, that is available both in Black Sea and Caspian Sea regions into reality through the investment, regulation, and local market development, research and development, technology and innovation. But the main idea here is to boost regional cooperation between these countries to find the synergies, yeah, and how we can tap all together and how we can benefit all together from the ongoing developments in terms of the green hydrogen business sector. And Black Sea and Caspian Sea Hydrogen Alliance will organize a hydrogen forum at least twice a year to actually kickstart, first of all, this high-level dialogue and discussions, and to start actually structuring the regional projects that can be used locally, of course, but also concentrated on the export, both in Europe and the Asia as well. And of course, all stakeholders are more than welcome to join the BNCC Hydrogen Alliance, and the membership is free of charge. So what you are just the input from your side is just to request the form and to fill the form and to sign the how to say the declaration, the sharing the same vision as our company and the alliance, and then to participate, of course, on the high level meetings and the discussions that on the forums that BNCC Hydrogen Alliance will provide at least twice a year, as I've told you, and all stakeholders covering whole value chain, yeah, including renewable energy, starting from hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, transmission and distribution, also clean hydrogen industrial applications, for mobility sector, for power generation, and for residential applications, or all welcome. And yeah, this is the email that is provided. It is linked to the H2 Hexagon company. So on this email, you can request the form to become a member of the alliance. And yeah, we are looking forward, of course, to welcome as much stakeholders as possible, because the idea is somehow that I do believe that time has come to move from PowerPoints to real projects, and I think that it will be a very interesting platform, can be used, and the values that can be captured and all potential stakeholders can benefit out of it. So thank you very much for your attention. I think I managed it on time.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Very interesting perspective from Georgia, and also very interesting perspectives for the neighboring countries for collaboration in the future on this project. And I think it's the right approach for our region collaborate and to make use of the common facilities which we have and get the best benefits for all the players in the market out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then I would like to pass on to Torvald Spangart, Global Project Director, European Energy, Power to X, implementation challenges across various markets. And I think it fits very well also to the last comment David made. Let's come from feasibility studies to real projects and implementations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to participate today. It's a super interesting subject. We are, of course, a commercial developer. We are looking for opportunities. We have a mission to make the world greener. We are developing and generating a lot of green energy already today. We have a huge pipeline of solar and wind over 19 countries. So it's so interesting to follow the ongoing policy debate in all the countries. The national policies coming now. Each of them are different, of course, in terms of the background and the historic infrastructure and so on already in place. Some even have the ambitions to be exporters of hydrogen or power to X technologies in general, which is, I think, quite ambitious. But to answer one of your first questions, is this the future? And I think it is. I actually also think it's the present. We are, on a very practical level already now, constructing 3 power to X facilities on a purely commercial basis on an industrial scale. We are under contract to deliver hydrogen and methanol produced by completely green sources. We can discuss the CO2 emissions, but completely green sources to commercial off-takers. But let me just give you a little bit of a background. I think you can see it. So we are a developer, a commercial privately owned developer. We do solar power, we do onshore, we do offshore, and then we are looking now into the downstream technologies or power to X technologies. We started this a little bit more than a year ago. There was a lot of hype, there still is. There are not that many projects, but being a developer and generator of green energy, you of course need to think about what should that electricity be used for. Is it just to power our electricity systems, or are there further uses downstream? So we started this around a little more than a year ago. We have this is very small writing, I apologize for that, but basically what we do is we source, we develop, we construct, and we manage assets, renewable assets, solar and wind. We have also hybrid projects between solar and wind, and we are now looking to construct the first projects, including lithium-ion-based storage. So this is who we are. We have offices and activities around Europe, but also beyond, in Australia, in Brazil, and the United States. And our mission is really just to develop and deploy a lot of green energy around the world. So we think that power to X is the future. We think the potential is enormous. We think it's a technology that is there today. It can be used. It can be scaled up, industrialized. You can bring down the cost. So, what are we waiting for? And then that really takes us back to the chicken and egg problem. Who should go first, the producers of hydrogen, of methanol, or the off-takers? And we have been so lucky to partner up with some off-takers who are saying, well, let's solve this chicken and egg problem. Let's sign up contracts to buy green hydrogen, green methanol for our various purposes. I'll get back to that in a minute. And of course, that has enabled us as a purely commercial player to start constructing facilities to deliver. So what are we seeing right now? PTX is booming. From a commercial point of view, we are getting so much attention on this. Heat pumps is really coming into play. Obviously, when you have a PTX facility, there's a lot of surplus heat. And if you also can take advantage of that, your energy efficiency really increases. At the same time, you have so high electricity prices that you haven't seen in a while. You're seeing supplier prices soaring, which of course is a challenge if you are a buyer. The same for transport. So there's a lot of things going on in the market, but for us as a developer, we still see a lot of potential here to boost the value of the green power we deliver to society. For us, it's really been about methanol and green hydrogen. Hydrogen gets a lot of attention, and rightly so. It is a gas, and it's very costly to transport, as we've already discussed. So I certainly believe in some of the ideas also presented here earlier today that you have to take a look at where you can produce cheapest and then also do that. But you also need a lot of localized production simply to bring down cost. For us, also e-methanol is a big component. We have already now today a contract with Maersk, the world's largest shipping container firm, to deliver green methanol for their container ships. So in a few years, you will be able to buy a TV that has been produced in China, but it has been transported on a purely green basis to Europe. I think the perspectives in that is enormous. And so methanol can also be used for other uses. It can be used for plastic. And of course, it's a liquid at room temperature, so it's much easier to transport than hydrogen. And then, of course, the heating, which is a surplus, you can say, from the production of hydrogen, of methanol. And so it's really a very natural component when you think about PTX, which is to optimize and be efficient in your energy use. You also need to capture this energy, put it into district heating or district cooling, and thereby really get to very high levels of efficiency. Maybe just explain that for e-methanol, you produce e-methanol by or green methanol, you produce that by producing green hydrogen, and then instead of you can say storing it and transporting it, you basically immediately transform that into methanol, so CH3OH, by adding CO2. So you actually take some CO2 out of the atmosphere or from a biogenic source. It can be food waste or other biogenic waste. You add that to the mix, and then you can produce methanol. So it's completely green product, and of course you can buy that already today from fossil-based sources, but it's the chemical composition is completely the same. So we consider ourselves first movers. That's really a buzzword as well, but I think we are already now under contract to deliver with Maersk, with Circle K. Circle K has a wide network of gas tanks around Europe and Scandinavia, and we will deliver to them so they can mix it up into the gas, and thereby, as a transition, decrease the carbon footprint of trucks and lorries around Sweden, I think it is. Then we've gone into a deeper involvement also with something called Victor Energy Systems, which is a heat pump system or solution provider to be able to integrate with district heating and with other cooling systems around Europe. For us as a developer, there's a huge advantage to control and the entire value chain. So developing green energy, constructing green energy, delivering green energy, and then also being able to produce the hydrogen or the methanol and deliver it to the consumer. At this stage of the sector of the industrialization, the speed with which we can combine these elements and deliver to a customer is really key. It's also a very important part of PTX that it gives you a market price flexibility. Of course, power prices fluctuate, and what we aim to do is, of course, to tap cheap power from the system when it's cheap, when the prices are low. And in that sense, you are, with the PTX facility, you are acting as a natural balancing force in the grid. And of course, you can say, how do you actually do it? Maybe this is a little bit redundant here, but basically, you need to find a generation source, you need to find a place for your facility, and you need to think about how to transport the green power. I mean, you can do it behind the meter, so you co-locate your facilities, or you can do it by simply putting your green power into the grid, and then you offtake the green power somewhere else where you have your facility. Typically, you want to be close to the customer because transportation of hydrogen is expensive. So the closer you can be to the actual customer, the cheaper it will be. And then the challenge comes, how can you then have a wind farm or solar farm close to that? That's certainly also a challenge. Some countries already look into reform their pricing rules on the transport of power, and I'll get into that in a second. And yeah, so this is basically the value chain that we see it, where we see great value in it that we as a developer can handle it from end to end. So when we look for locations, we of course look where is the customer, where can we deploy, develop, and construct large scale wind and solar, and you need both sources. And maybe that's also a point to emphasize that if you have a PTX facility and you have 87, 60 hours in a year, then I would say you need an uptime of that facility to make it economically feasible of at least 6,000 and preferably more. And if you want to do that by completely renewable sources, then of course you need to both have solar and wind in your system to always have green energy available. So that's very important that you also can have that. Then if you're providing methanol, which is as we are and will be, then of course you need a CO2 supply that is not fossil. And all our customers are really saying we don't want carbon capture from a chimney. We don't want anything of that. We want green CO2. So that's biogenic CO2 coming from food or biological waste, simply so they can go out and say this is pure green. I think that makes a lot of sense, but that means also we need a big supply of CO2 relatively close to our facilities. So we need to combine those things, and that's really what we're looking for. Yeah, a little bit more about the power prices and the tariff structures. If you want to be cost competitive when you set up a PTX facility, you need to think about whether you are behind the meter, so you are co-locating your PTX plant with the production of green energy. Because if you're not, then what happens? If you are not co-located, but the green energy is going into the system in one place and you're taking it out another place, of course it's not the same electrons, but in principle, then what happens to your costs? If you are producing hydrogen or if you are producing methanol, the cost of power is really a big component in your combined cost structure. It is way above 50% of your total cost is the power price. So if you go in over here and you take it out over here, what is then your net or gross price for the power? Are you subject to a lot of transmission fees, a lot of grid fees to add to your power price? Then you have a problem. So what we're seeing in some countries is they're already recognizing this. They still want the solar and wind to be developed and constructed in certain parts of the country, but you might actually want your PTX facilities in another place in the country because this is where the customers are. There was also mentioned by my colleague from Georgia about harbors. Maybe you want to be there. And how do you do that? Well, you simply need to make it much cheaper to transport your power from A to B if it's for purposes like PTX. Otherwise, it will not be economically feasible in many places. And so, for that reason, several countries are already looking into making discounts available if you are not able to co-locate, but you have to have a distance in between, which I think also from other perspectives can make a lot of sense. Okay, a little bit more about some of the things that we're doing. So this is a relatively small project that we're doing in the western part of Jutland. We have, I think it's 16 megawatts of wind in the Mode project. And then we will also add a little bit of grid energy. And on that basis, we are providing or producing green energy to some of our customers. including providing grid balance. We are also integrating completely with the district heating system, which is then takes the surplus heat from the production. And then we have a couple of off-takers also for the hydrogen, of course. So this is under construction right now at the harbor there. You get the western wind from the North Sea, so that's a good production. And this is basically the number of tons we can deliver under that. Another example here is we are currently constructing what will be the largest PV project in the Northern Europe, which is the 301 megawatt PV project in Denmark as well. This will be completely integrated with an e-methanol production facility. Also here, simply this is a solar plant, and I don't know how many of you have been in Denmark, but it doesn't. The sun doesn't always shine. And so you need other sources of power to be able to have a significant high uptime for the factory to be efficient. So we also here we need to buy power from other green sources in the area, wind and so on. And by that simply we can combine that into a production first of the hydrogen, then of the methanol. Also here getting a carbon capture from a biogenic source, biogas production facility, and then we're able to deliver the 16,000 tons for one of Maersk's container ships. And I think this is for 25 or is it 24, but we have to deliver this. And basically from that time then Maersk will be able to go green to China and back with this container ship. I think the perspectives in that are quite enormous. So that was a brief overview of some of the stuff we're doing, and then basically what we do is we bring it all together, developing, constructing green energy, looking at a power to X technology, and also the waste heat or the heat pump component to deliver a complete energy system that is efficient. Of course, industrialization is really happening right now. We see that the producers of electrolyzers are doing a lot of product development. Prices are coming down, scale is going up, but the big national policies are of course still waiting to be implemented. The EU funds are waiting to be distributed, and of course that will really facilitate deployment on a national scale. As a developer, we are super excited to take part of this and to be one of the first to do it on a commercial basis. And we also, always looking for new opportunities to do just that. So thank you for the opportunity to show what we're doing.
Great. Thank you, Torvald. And it's good to see that we are really coming to the phase where projects are becoming commercially very attractive. And I think that's very important also to prove that hydrogen can play a major part in the future, and I'm convinced actually that it will. And I'm also happy to announce that we have another example, and Lorenzo Montemezzo, the sales manager of SDE Energy, will tell us something about an innovative power-to-power hydrogen project in the north of Italy with technical solution and key features. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, everybody. I would say the objective of my speech is mainly to debrief about one of the several hydrogen projects we are building all around the world. This is quite a benchmarking project because it's the first in Western Europe using metal hydrides storage technology for hydrogen. It's a stationary application for the so-called power-to-power system. As done by Jon, I will step up just to favor the attention. Let me say, who is ST Energy? Basically, ST Energy is a medium-sized EPC contractor based in Italy. In north of Italy, we are in Padova, very close to the Venice area. We are active in more than 30 countries all around the world, with, I would say, a special presence in all Latin American countries, the Spanish-speaking countries, in Western Europe, and of course also in the Black Sea area. We have been building several hydropower plants in Turkey, more than 20 hydropower plants over there. We are quite active also in Georgia, Armenia, and even here in Romania we built small hydropower plants. What are the areas of our activity? Of course, we are a renewable-based company. The three main areas of our activities are hydropower, solar, and wind. Indeed, we are a well-known and established EPC contractor for several plants in those three areas. And let's say a recently established new business unit is the so-called energy storage business unit. For us, energy storage means basically hydrogen and batteries. By the way, hydrogen for us, it's a way of storing energy, as Torvald said. It's basically an energy vector, very useful to do the so-called peak shaving activities. You basically use hydrogen when you are in the lack of energy, and you accrue hydrogen when you are having a huge presence of solar or wind. There are several types of hydrogen all around the world. As the previous speaker said, we just take care just of green hydrogen, so hydrogen certified. This is also a big topic, the certification of green hydrogen, but certified as coming from a renewable plant, which for us basically means either solar or wind. We don't work at all on green hydrogen or on blue hydrogen. We don't use, let's say, carbon capture storage and similar. But I would say it's somehow our job to integrate, to hybridize. We say it, to hybridize a renewable power plant with a storage system, which in this case is an hydrogen system. And we perfectly know, let's say, green hydrogen is still not competitive in terms of cost, but we are used to say that it will come because we experience the same trend of cost reduction for solar modules, which decrease in 10 years' time by 9 in terms of cost. And also we are experiencing the same cost decreasing trend with batteries, which had the same trend, let's say, in 10 years' time, decreasing a lot in terms of manufacturing cost. We hope that all the, let's say, public subsidies and public, for instance, in the European Union, there is a lot of discussion that will help, all the public policies will help in decreasing the cost of green hydrogen, because, again, it's still not so competitive in comparison with green hydrogen. The two, let's say, weapons we are having in this direction, it's the falling cost of the electrolyzer, but it's not just the cost of the electrolyzer, because we are also experiencing a lot the decreasing of cost of the electricity itself. Of course, electricity coming either for a wind or a solar power plant. And we estimate, as, let's say, Hydrogen Europe does, that a liter of champagne in a few decades will cost like a liter of water. This is the trend that on European, for us as Italian, it's better a liter of Prosecco instead of champagne, maybe. But, you know, all these public subsidies are helping a lot in this direction. And this is the division of the several sectors of hydrogen we are adopting. Many of you already explained that, basically, Jon. Nowadays, hydrogen, it's a lot in this area. So hydrogen is being consumed and used by industrial players like refineries, like steel manufacturers, and so on, which use hydrogen in their manufacturing process. But we want to play more and more in this area, so in hydrogen for power uses. That's why we are here to talk of a power-to-power solution. In the transport area, of course, it's our dream that aircraft fed by hydrogen will come. We are a lot involved also in construction and engineering of hydrogen refueling station. We will talk about that later on. Hydrogen for building, let's say, it's mainly a market for some specific niche market like UK. And let's talk about our project. The project name is the Noitec Park. We are in Bruneck, in the northern part of Italy, in the Alto Adige region. By the way, Alto Adige, or somehow called South Tyrol, it's quite an interesting area for hydrogen developments, because over there you have a highway axis where several, roughly 40 refueling stations for cars and trucks are being planned. Over there you already found out police cars made with fuel cells and hydrogen. Also, the whole entire fleet of public transportation is using bus fed by hydrogen. And we are building, let's say, a new building for the local regional government. The building is having a solar plant of the range of roughly 1 megawatt in the roof. And here in the green circle, you can see the system or the power-to-power system we are building. Here you can see also the system which is vertically structured. This system was having, let's say, some critical issues. First of all, the very limited space in terms of square meters. We had to structure quite a complicated engineering solution to find out the space for the electrolyzer, for the storage tank, and for the fuel cells. Then, since we are in the downtown of the city, in the middle, in the public square of the city, we also had another problem in terms of safety, because you can imagine that all the inhabitants living there, they were thinking to have a kind of hydrogen bomb below their houses. This is also another topic, hopefully to be addressed, let's say, the safety issues related to hydrogen, because for the time being, it's quite a safe energy source, but from a psychological point of view, it's not the same in the minds of many people. Then also the reliability of the project, it's quite a critical issue, because we had to guarantee 4 years warranty, and let me say that it's not so easy to guarantee 4 years after construction for the whole system, not just for every single component. And of course, the flexibility of the power regulation, which means basically to deliver the power when there is the need to be delivered, and environmental compliance. How is the system structured? We saw basically that we are having a vertical structure where we are having the electrolyzer fed by the solar plant, the tanks, which are meant to store the hydrogen, and also the fuel cells. Let's have a quick look on every single component. The electrolyzer, after a detailed engineering analysis, we selected the proton exchange membrane technology as the proper one for this system. There are several quantities of cells accrued in a stack, in every single stack, and in a cubicle, for a total hydrogen production of roughly 30 cubic meters per hour, so which is quite enough to feed the whole building. A very interesting technical feature of the system is the very low exit pressure of hydrogen, because we are talking of roughly 30 or 35 bars. Just to get an idea, other similar projects, they work with 700 bars, so it's a lot less in this case, which in terms of safety, it's quite interesting. And also the purity of the hydrogen, it's very close to 100%. Then let's go to the core technology of the project. I say that it's one of the first in the world using this technology. The technology is based on metal hydrides. What does it mean? Metal hydrides basically are a powder contained in these tubes. The characteristic, the key feature of the powder is that the powder can establish a very strong and rigid chemical link with the atom of hydrogen, which is coming from the electrolyzer. So it allows basically a low working pressure and a low working temperature, which again, in terms of safety, is extremely interesting. We are implementing this kind of technology in several other projects, because it sounds like a key technology for stationary application. Of course, every technology has its own downside. In this case, I can straight away say that the downside of the unique downside of the system is the weight. It's quite a heavy system, so it's not probably a system for transport hydrogen-based application, but as said, for stationary application, but this is the case. I didn't say it, but the working temperature are in the range of 25 up to 35 degrees. So again, very low. It's not just electricity. We are having also another interesting feature, which is the recovery of the thermal power. So during the hydrogenation phase, when, in few words, when the storage system is being fed by the electrolyzer, we have a release of thermal power, which is being used in the building to give heat to the rooms. And being in among the mountains in the Alps area, it's again quite an interesting feature because it increases a lot the global efficiency of the whole system. Then, of course, there is a thermal power absorption on the vice versa procedure when hydrogen is being released by the storing system. Last component is the fuel cells. Of course, again, it's again in this case we are using a product exchange, a PEM technology. Fuel cells in this case is having quite a high efficiency. I guess someone before said that one of the problem of hydrogen is, let's say, the low efficiency. In this case, for the whole system, we are having a global efficiency of measure of 50%, which of course is not the same in efficiency comparable with the other system, but it's everything green. So this is a key feature of the system. Lastly, let's have a quick look to the working procedures. During daylight time, of course, we are having the solar plant. This is in green the flow of electricity, feeding the electrolyzer. Then electrolyzer, of course, splits the water which is coming from a purifier in oxygen and hydrogen. The hydrogen is being stored in the metal hydride storage technology. Then you are having also a recovery of heat. Then once the hydrogen is stored, you can do the so-called peak shaving, because during night time, when there is the need of feeding the building with both electricity and the heat power, you release the hydrogen to the fuel cell. The fuel cells basically gives power to the network. This, by the way, this system, it's a so-called power-to-power system, but basically it's a kind of microgrid. I'm also here to propose this kind of standardized solution to be, let's say, replicable also here in Romania or in some other countries. And the key feature of the system is that can work without a connection to the public grid, which basically means to be fully certified as green hydrogen, because the original power is all coming from the solar plant. That's it. I'm ready for questions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. I think we had a very interesting session with lots of input, and both from theoretical point of view, but also with practical examples and long-term strategies for several countries. And I think we're very pleased with the participation of our panel. Are there any questions here in the room or online? Please.
I actually have two questions, if we have the time. One is for Alexander and David, who are still with us, I suppose. They talked about transforming hydrogen to ammonia and transporting as a compressed gas by vessels. Are you also planning anything about liquid hydrogen? Because it also has more advantage compared to ammonia, so this is one of the questions. The other one is for Johan, because you mentioned low carbon hydrogen, so not zero emission hydrogen. And that means also that you need then carbon capture storage, which means it's also more complicated technologically speaking and more expensive compared to other projects that we heard about. So are you also planning about these carbon capture and storage technologies? Thank you.
Okay. Alexander and David, are you still online?
Yes.
Was directed to you.
Yes, sure. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the interesting questions. Yes, of course. I think we need to think about to transport not only in the green ammonia, and also we need to think about the liquid hydrogen. But today, I think very important to check which technology will be most competitive and which technology will be most workable for the final customer. And for the second question, storage, I think this the market could be developed, and the storage points could be somewhere in Georgia, for example, in Ukraine, or somewhere in Romania, and why not? I hope I shortly answer for your question, and if you want to detect something in detail, so I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, as Alexander already mentioned, it's all about, I guess, the end price. But if we follow the current trends, and the price is adjusted to the liquefaction, for example, hydrogen, or to convert it to the ammonia. First of all, we have to mention that the transportation of the hydrogen till today, the cheapest way is to use the existing or the new dedicated pipeline. This is the cheapest way to transport the hydrogen from A to B place. In case of Georgia, the distance between Georgia and Black Sea European countries are too short, and this gives us the possibility to transport hydrogen directly in a compressed forms, avoiding any kind of liquefaction. This is additional processes, and of course, to each and every additional process, in terms of the efficiency, we have losses, and in terms of the prices, we have additional costs. So in this case, I think in case of Georgia, it's more attractive to try to deliver it in an already compressed form. More liquefying or moving towards the sustainable ammonia, it's happening also, but it's happening when the distance from the delivery point and production point to the delivery point, it's very big. For example, when you want to deliver the hydrogen from Australia to European Union, But in case of Georgia, this is also a very big advantage, because the distance is very short, and directly, as I mentioned, that compressed hydrogen can be delivered using the special vessels that's currently under development, actually, to be commercialized. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, David. And Johan, you mentioned...
It was not clear. The question was only if the technology for carbon capture is complicated, and second, if we have any kind of plan.
If you have any kind of plan about that, yes.
Second, this is more complicated than capture, so it's not a complicated technology.
Well, talking about second question regarding the carbon capture and storage, I think this is a technology that more applies to the oil and gas-based countries, like in our region, for example, in Caspian region, more to the Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, who are more based on the fossil fuel energy. In case of Georgia, I think, of course, Georgia has also the power generation from the gas turbines, but I think that's not the right solutions, where Georgia have to try to find the ways to try to apply the carbon capture and storage for in the energy ecosystem.
So second, if we have a plan, what kind of plan? We are a research institute, so the plan can be made at the Ministry of Energy, or if we'll have a hydrogen strategy, yes, we can introduce this plan in order to say, yes, we'll make the blue hydrogen and to make the carbon capture. But of course, for this is need to have a geological condition, because We don't discuss about 1 ton of CO2. We'll discuss about millions and millions, or maybe hundreds of millions. So in fact, yes, the theory for capture is easier, the technology for capture is easier, but the geology, in fact, is a big problem. If we really have this potential to storage CO2 in geological formation. If for hydrogen storage, we have this chance from geological point of view to use salt caverns, is one. But for CO2, it's more complicated because we cannot storage this CO2 in order to reuse it. If we want to reuse it, yes, it's not a problem. But if we want to store it forever in a geological formation, the discussion is more complicated. But technology is more simplest, like a mobile phone.
Okay. Thank you. I hope your questions were answered. Are there any further questions? But I have to warn you, every further question will reduce your coffee break. So also online, no questions? No? Then, okay. Thank you very much for the interesting presentations and discussions. And please enjoy your coffee. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the final session of Energy Week Black Sea 2021. Over the past 2 days, we have discussed a lot about the potential of renewable energy in the Black Sea, which is gaining momentum. Also discussed all the possibilities for solar and wind, hydrogen in the Black Sea region. And as well as the challenges. And in the final session today, we're going to discuss the investment opportunities for renewables and in the renewables market in the Black Sea region. We have a very interesting panel, and we're going to, we have also guests who have extensive experience from renewables from the northern countries in Europe. From Denmark and Norway. I'm going to start with my first guest, Alexandra Gumenyuk, who's the director of the European Ukrainian Energy Agency. Alexandra is going to talk to us. Ukraine has, huge energy potential. It's not part of the EU, but it's, it's cooperating with the European Union and as also as part of the Energy Charter. And Alexandra, the floor is yours to explain. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Hello, thank you so much for introduction. May I use my clicker? And also I'm going to show my presentation, if it is ready. Okay, so once again, I'm Alexandra Gumenyuk, Director of the European Ukrainian Energy Agency. This is the business association, which is already 12 years old, and nowadays it unites the biggest foreign investors who entered the Ukrainian market to develop renewable energy projects in wind, solar, bioenergy, and so on. Nowadays, we have 3 major priorities in our organization. These are renewable energy development, as was already mentioned. However, we also work on energy efficiency, and a little bit later I will also mention that as well. And already almost a year ago, the working group on green hydrogen was also established under the European Ukrainian Energy Agency umbrella because of the huge interests of international partners as well as international investors who entered Ukrainian market. So together with our members, we communicate with governmental stakeholders, state companies, and all engaged in this huge energy infrastructure development, sustainable energy infrastructure, to develop the sustainable regulatory framework and to develop this business sustainable international Ukrainian network communication. So at the moment, among our members, we have representatives of 15 countries from all over the world. These are the United States, Asia, and Europe, of course. Together, all our members, they invested about 3.5 billion euro in renewable energy projects to construct about 2.5 gigawatts of renewables, but I guess it is a little bit more than it is now. So let's go to the essence of my presentation. Here is the overview of the market, electricity market production. If we look at the first circle, this is about the total installed capacity of the integrated power system of Ukraine. And here is the parts and shares of different kinds of production. Majority, as you see now, this is the nuclear energy and coal energy. However, 16% for now installed capacity is the renewable energy. Right near there is the circle with the bright yellow share. This is 68% of all renewable energy projects which were constructed in solar sector. So solar power plants are the leaders in Ukraine. However, almost 28% these are the wind energy projects. And if you could monitor what is going on now in Ukraine, so we can see that solar construction is really slowed down, and the wind energy is under good progress. Last year we had some restrictions in legislation, so there was the retroactive reduction of the feed-in tariff. That was not the best way of treating investors. However, it was okay. After some time, we were promised to have the stabilization of the market, and we still continue to monitor that stabilization and to remind to our government that that should be done. So in general, more than 9 gigawatts of renewables are constructed already on the Ukrainian market, and we expect to have more. Here is the rating of regions of Ukraine, where you can see the leading regions for renewable energy development, as for example, Dnipro region, Dnipropetrovsk region is very popular for solar power energy. Zaporizhzhia region is most popular for the wind power energy, and Khmelnytsky region is very popular for hydropower, small hydropower development. And Khmelnytsky and Vinnytsia region are popular for the bioenergy development. I received many questions from different investors who just recently decided to follow the Ukrainian market on renewable energy. And the question is the following. So who owns all that more than 9 gigawatts of the renewables in Ukraine? Who actually constructed them? So this slide is especially for those who are very much interested in that. Who owns renewables in Ukraine in shares? So let's see. 10%, and I'm very proud of that, 10% are owned by households, which actually believed in this sustainable development of energy system of Ukraine, and they made their contribution to this renewable energy sector growth in the integrated energy system of Ukraine. So 10% are the households. Other 30%, these are the small and medium enterprises of Ukraine, farmers, hotel owners, and other progressive enterprises which also decided to make their contribution to the development of the renewable energy sector of Ukraine and make their contribution to the energy independence of Ukraine. Other 30% are the big owners of different business in Ukraine, and other 30% are the international companies, international brands who actually were very much interested in cooperation with Ukraine and entered our market. So here you can see the map of our Earth, and here are the brands which actually entered the Ukrainian market to develop renewable energy projects. So once again, here are representatives of Norway, Spain, Turkey, Canada, United States, Great Britain, Lithuania and Southern Korea and so on. Also below the slide you can see the representatives of international financial institutions which contributed a lot to the development of the renewable energy in Ukraine. These all brands are well known, and we are very proud that that was actually the success of Ukraine in the development of the renewable energy. However, we have some challenges in the development of our sector. One of them, and I definitely have to mention that, and then to mention how we work on overcoming those challenges with joint efforts. So first of all, yes, it is true, there are some publications and news about not stable payments to the renewable energy producers. Yes, nowadays, on a monthly basis, we have delays of the payments, and if we calculate in average during the year, on monthly basis, companies received about 73% from the promised 100% of payments. And also we have the old debt, about 15 billion hryvnias from 2020. What happened and how we're going to overcome them, these challenges? Maybe for those who are not very well aware how the feed-in tariff is structured in Ukraine, the main source for the feed-in tariff is the transmission system operator's tariff. And it seems it is not on the efficient level that it could cover the whole payments for the renewables. That is why it is on the side of the state regulator for raising it on the sufficient level. Of course, we have some contradictions and not very nice communication with the huge consumers of energy who actually will pay this transmission system operator tariff. However, I think this is the beneficial side of all the market participants and producers and consumers as well. So we are working on the development and structuring the sustainable sources for the renewable energy feed-in tariff payments. So we hope that will be solved soon. Regarding the old debts, transmission system operator Ukrenergo is going to launch bonds soon, we hope, and yeah, we think that would be also a good step to overcome and resolve all the debts that there are to the renewable energy producers. Another one challenge is also that electricity market where renewable energy which was produced from the energy which was produced from renewable energy is sold. So nowadays the electricity market of Ukraine is really young. It was launched only in the middle of 2019. So electricity market meets also challenges because of the, from one side there is legislation for the market liberalization of the electricity. From another side we have also governmental regulations and restrictions, PSO mechanism and so on. So it is also challenging, but we hope that after some time the electricity market will be more mature. That will help to all electricity market players to feel better on that. So what are our expectations? First of all, this is the transition from the feed-in tariff to the auction systems, which actually had to be done during this year, but we expect to be implemented next year. Also, this is the new mechanism as feed-in premium or contracts for differences, which are under the discussion right now. There was the draft law published recently by the Ministry of Energy. Our association, we provided our comprehensive comments and recommendations to the draft law, so we hope soon we will have the next stage of the discussions, and next year maybe the draft law could be actually approved, and that could be the new encouraging mechanism for the development of the renewable energy. As well as energy storages and other innovative technologies which can appear on the market to balance the energy system and to make it more sustainable. Also, the regulation is under the development. One more step that all market players are expecting is the integration of the Ukrainian energy system to the European and SOE. We expect that to happen in 2023 or maybe a little bit later. So we follow the news and how the transmission system operator is working on the preparation of technical parts and regulatory part. And we hope that will really happen, because that will bring to our electricity market new players. It will grow the competition, and we hope that would improve the prices development under the competition basis on the electricity market of Ukraine. And as well, of course, it will bring new opportunities for local electricity producers to export electricity to the European countries. Nowadays, also, we see the dynamic of interest, of growing interest of the development of the corporate PPAs. For now, we do not have any examples of that yet, but we see that the interest of investors, market players, is growing in that. And however, this is the beginning stage of negotiations and finding the mutually beneficial solutions for such kind of cooperation and electricity production and selling it to direct consumers. According to our energy strategy and national economic strategy, by 2030, the share of the renewable energy should grow to 25%. So that is why there is the space where renewable energy new projects can grow and develop. And here is just a little bit overview about the market prices in Ukraine. As you can see, they lastly updated by 27th of September. The average price on the day-ahead market of Ukraine for the electricity is about 69 euro per megawatt hour. And comparing to other countries, for example, in Romania, we see 142 euro per megawatt hour, in Hungary 143 euro per megawatt hour, in Poland 103 euro per megawatt hour, and in Ukraine almost 70. So this is something just to compare and see the dynamics. And right near the prices comparison, you can see the circle about electricity consumption structure. I decided to show this slide as well here because, however, we see that the new mechanisms of support and cooperation are under the discussion, and I think that would be interesting to know who actually consumes electricity the most. So 42% of electricity consumption goes to industry, and 31% goes to population. Another big consumer is communal sphere, and yeah, this is it. I think these are the major industries and sectors where electricity producers from the renewable energy sources they can look at and maybe try to find the collaboration with in those sectors. So if we touch the topic of the energy consumption, electricity consumption, I would like to share with you that European Ukrainian Energy Agency also develops several projects on energy efficiency and encouraging different types of consumers to consume less of energy, and this is the development and promotion of energy efficiency. One of those projects is Smarter Finance for Families. Actually, it touches the reduction of the electricity consumption in the residential sector with the innovative instrument. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, it is not implemented yet. However, we tried to communicate a lot with financial institutions. Just in few words, what is the scheme? If the building has the certificate of sustainable green building, the banks to grow their green innovative green financial products in the portfolio of banks can promote the mortgages, calling it green mortgages, by providing the discount. this is the great scheme when the potential buyers of the residential buildings can have less costs for mortgage, and at the same time they will have less costs on operational owning the homes, which actually green, and they have really less energy consumption. So I think that is really a successful story for our Romanian partner, Green Building Council, and this is the slide where you can see the explanation of what banks already agreed to cooperate with this innovative product as green mortgage, as Romania Raiffeisen, Erste Group, Guarantee Bank Romania, Alpha Bank, BNP Paribas in Poland, Boss Bank in Poland, and all these banks all offering discounted green mortgages. So I encourage all financial institutions which actually are online with us or offline, maybe to pay attention to this innovative instrument, and somehow we can develop the cooperation on this. Yeah, so, and by the way, we recently also started cooperation with the UNIDO. We don't have yet information because it is not the time of the public announcement yet. However, I will tell you this secretly. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, that we also start a wonderful and very exciting project in energy efficiency for industry that will also, we hope, will encourage industry to consume less of energy resources. And I would like to say the message to government of Ukraine and to international partners to pay attention also to energy efficiency in industry. And if you provide some additional stimulus and motivating programs which could help to industry to implement energy efficient measures and energy management, that would be really helpful. Okay, I guess this is it. Yeah. So here is the last slide. These are all our members, which I represent today as the director of the European Ukrainian Energy Agency. Would be happy to answer any questions today or a little later by email. Thanks again for your attention.
Thanks so much, Alexandra. And you mentioned that about energy efficiency, giving incentives for buildings, but you made a very good point about the industry, because I remember for a long time that industry, there's a huge waste of energy from the industry and from heating and so forth, because a lot of it is old or kind of in old kind of system. So what kind of responses are you getting from the government in terms of trying to tackle that problem?
Yes, I know even there is the research that proves that if we implement the energy efficient measures and energy management in the industry sector, the saved electricity and other energy resources that we can save after the implementation of energy efficiency measures, then we can provide this electricity to Spain, and that will feel fine. So that's a huge amount of electricity and other energy resources that we can actually save. So yes, the potential is very high for energy efficiency and energy saving, but definitely industry and business, they need some support for, I don't know, some stimulus programs that will help them financially to implement all these measures, because these are additional investments that they should do. Yeah. And not always in such a crisis which we follow now due to COVID and so on, we cannot meet those investments. But that is why one of the targets that we should promote as the agency is once again to remind that it is highly important and will be beneficial to the state, to the enterprises, to the population, for everyone.
Yeah, and if you need less energy to use, then that means you have, you increase your energy security if you also increase the percentages from 16 to 25%, you said, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, so you'll need less energy, and so you don't need to import less.
These are very much parallel process, development of the renewable energy for the energy independency and safety of Ukraine, and consume less to be more energy efficient.
We're going to stay in the region, and my next guest is Georgi Abramsvili. He's the executive director from Georgian Renewable Energy. Development Association. He's going to talk mostly about the investing opportunities and the hydro potential of Georgia. So, Georgi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much again for this opportunity to be here and to speak about the energy, renewable energy problems and challenges and opportunities. So my presentation, I will go through it a little bit. I will start a little bit about my country, but I will try to be short. Of course, we are in the last part of our session and conference. Everybody is so tired. So about the Georgia, we see that, as we all know, it's a good location geographically, and it can play a very good role to connect the Asian and European countries. And in the last years, there is a lot of developments also in the infrastructure part. It is the roads, seas, construction, and also the transmission line. But about the transmission line and the grid, also yesterday our Georgian state electricity system have informed in more details. Little bit about our government. So Georgia carried the reputation of being a star reformer and raised its government and investment climate rating internationally, actually. So this regards, we have also in 2016 actually signed the association membership with European Union. At the other side, we are also now announcing that this year was announced by the Georgian government that we will apply in 2024 for the full membership of European Union. And of course, in the meantime, it's also working the free trade regime with the European Union. Also, which is, I think, the good sign that the International Fitch Rating Agency left Georgia's sovereign credit by BB, which was also before COVID. And this is a good sign. And even in 2021, they have changed the real GDP growth from 4.3%, which was prognosed in the beginning of the year, to 7.8%. And also in 2022 and 23, it will be it's prognosed the real GDP growth by approximately by 5.4%. Which is an averagely higher development than in the other countries with the same rating. Also, the Transparency Intelligence Global Barometer in Georgia market has 4% of the low corruption indicator in 2020. And Georgia is also one of the most business-friendly countries globally, placing the 7th out of the 190 countries by the World Bank's rating doing business. So in the next slide, we can see also a little bit better how it is this doing business ratio done, which components are included. And mostly, as we see, it's we are on the second place with the starting a business, which is actually a good sign. So then in the first half of this session, we were speaking about the financial part, and there was I think the first panelist was discussing about the different tax regimes from FMO. So I think Georgia is also very attractive in the tax regimes. So and it's a very liberal system, taxation system. We have only five taxes, which is a profit tax, dividend tax, income tax, and VAT. So, and after 2017, we have a new so-called Estonian system, which means that you pay practically the profit tax only when you are gaining your income practically in your pocket, which is much more handled. And we have no gain tax, no inheritance tax, no social tax whatsoever. About the state energy policy, I will be very quick because yesterday I think representatives of the governmental bodies from Georgia have spoken a lot about Georgia's energy policy, but it's mainly the utilization of the renewable energy resources, and it's a gradual harmonization with the EU energy legislation. And actually the next speaker, Lasha, will also speak also in more details about the legal part of the legislation. So let's move a little bit in the figures and in the charts. So now we see on the left there is how its installed capacity of Georgia divided. It's approximately 70% it's hydro energy, so 20 to 25% it's thermal power energy, which is driven by Azeri and Russian gas, because we don't have our own gas, but we are getting the social gas because of the transit land, which is transiting the pipeline from Caspian Sea to Turkey and to the Europe, and also from Russia to Armenia. And then on the right, you can see on the screen that our consumption is growing year to year, which means that also our dependency on the import is growing. So nowadays we are approximately by 13% is a pure electricity import. But also the thermal power plant, the other 20-25 is also imported gas. So we say that in totally we are approximately up to 40% dependent on the import. And of course this tendency is growing. So we have a quite big growth also in 2021. So this slide is showing, this was yesterday showed by Tornike, actually that the Georgian dependency is also seasonal. I mean, because we are 70-75%, we are dependent on the hydro. So in the spring years when the snow is melting, so we have a lot of generation, and then we have a proficit in spring and summer months. But actually, nowadays already only 2 months. The other 10 months we are in a deficit. And especially now the tourism and industry is growing, and because of the growth of the tourism, the summer months we are also slowly going in a deficit. So in the next slide you see now consumption average growth rate, which was by 4.3% in the previous years, and now even after the calculation with the after the COVID, it seems to be by 4.9%. Which means that there are different surveys done about consumption growth in Georgia by USAID, Georgian State Electricity System, by Galton Taggart, but finally the figures are varying between 20 and 25 terawatts in next 9 to 10 years. And today our consumption is by, as you saw, by almost 13 terawatts. So it will be almost doubled our consumption. And then you see on the graph above that there is a hypothetical deficit in 2025, which is showing that even in the summer months or in the spring months, we will be in a deficit and dependent on the imports. So on this graph also you see that how it's our consumption growing even until 2050, and it is coming by, I think, 43 terawatts. And actually electricity consumption growth, it's in line with the economical growth, if you see also the statistic of the previous years. So I think this is the interesting slide. It was done Georgian hydro resources survey by the Norwegian Water and Electricity Directorate. It was done first report was done in 2017, and now this year it was updated. And it says following, that we have 26,000 rivers, which is the total length is 60,000 kilometers. So annual gross generation potential is 56 terawatt. But if we exclude out of this the big hydropower plant with the reservoirs potential, which is approximately 5 to 6 terawatt, then if we exclude also protected areas, and if we exclude also the power plants which are expensive, more than 35 cents per kilowatt hour annually produced, then we come to the net annual generation potential of 30 terawatt. And in a total, our potential is only 22% is utilized. I mean only hydro. On top of that, of course, we have also potential in the wind and solar. So there is quite a big amount of the potential which is untapped in Georgia and needs to be developed. Yeah, here we have some figures about in the of the pipeline of the power plants in the pipeline, but they are on different stages. So then we will send if you need more figures. So there are some on the feasibility stage, some on the in the construction stage. But overall, there is the general idea is that there is a minimum of 5 gigawatt installed capacity potential, which should be utilized and which there are no any works done yet. Also the yeah, anyway. And here on this slide you can see there are different scenarios also shown of the pipeline and of the utilized projects which can be done in the next 10 years. And there are also different scenarios, pessimistic, realistic and optimistic, which projects can be implemented in this next 10 years. And in correlation, on the right slide, you see the correlation also of the consumption growth. And even if it's the realistic pipeline, it will be in charge, so we will still have a deficit. So the message what we want to bring is there is a huge market in Georgia which can be utilized in terms of renewable energy, because there is a quite a big there is a lower supply and higher demand. Yeah, this is also the map. You see, you know, there are a lot of projects in the pipeline on the map, and then the potential projects are in green. So there is still and these are only the hydro projects. So yesterday was also a presentation about the wind potential also in Georgia. Government stimulation tools. So here is a big text, but in a shortly, we was with last, I think more than 10 years, it was in place the feed-in tariff, which was, you know, working for 10 years, $6 per kilowatt hour. But then in the last 2 years, it was stopped. It was a moratorium on this feed-in tariff. Of course, the old one they are still getting, which was signed before 2019. And now the new stimulation tool is that we have also liberalized the market, and we have also starting with the day-ahead market by the end of the year. The Georgian state electricity system and commercial operator, they created a subsidiary with the Georgian stock energy exchange, and it was purchased a system by Nord Pool, and actually the Nord Pool is driving or will start driving all the exchange market and day-ahead and intraday market from next year in Georgia. And the new stimulation tool is that all the new renewable energy projects will get a feed-in premium in amount of 1.5 cent on the traded electricity price. So it means that if you get, I don't know, 4 cents for electricity, then you will get as a premium 1.5 cent more. But there is there is a cap of 5.5 cents. So if you get 5 for 5.5, then you don't get any more premium. And there is no floor, actually. There is no under guarantee. So if it's on the hotspot, if there is a, let's say 0, then you will get only 1.5 cents. So, but we are still negotiating with the government, you know, to make a floor and a guarantee for investors, because it will need a couple of years, because the investors and business will get used to it, to the new system and how this price is changing, and about the price statistics and so on and so on. Yeah, we are well interconnected also with our neighbors. Here is a list of the transmission lines which is connecting us with Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia and Turkey, and there are still a lot of projects in the pipeline. We recently was approved 100 million more for the, I mean, really last week approved from the government, 100 million more USD to invest in the infrastructure in the transmission lines of Georgia. And yeah, this is also a very ambitious project. It was already spoken about it by our deputy minister also yesterday, that Georgia wants to build a Black Sea submarine cable from Georgia connecting to Romania, which will be a huge step for Georgian renewable energy, that we can also on the day-ahead market flow with the renewable energy back and forward and connect Caucasus and Europe. And as you see also, as you saw in our previous graphs, we have a lot of renewable. It's already 70–75%. And then we can bring in a low carbon emission for Europe, I think a good step. But this was announced and agreed, I think, March of this year. And it's ambitious plan, so it have started some feasibility, and this should be 1,000 megawatt installed capacity with 500 kV connection line, but 1,200 kilometers is the total length. So, and estimated timeline is 10 years. So approximately in 2031, it should be in place. So what more? Yeah, this is the list of the main investors in the renewable energy, international investors in Georgia who are already operating. There is, for example, Cerberus Capital Management. Cerberus is the biggest, fourth biggest US-based equity fund. And especially me and my development company, we are working with them together and building renewable energy projects. So they have a 100 million equity fund for only hydro energy, small and medium in Georgia. Then is a TEPCO Renewable Power. I think everybody knows the Japanese giant who is also have stepped in last year in Georgia's market and bought one of the hydropower plants in Georgia and want to expand. There is also Korean Water Resources Corporation, K-Water, who is dealing with one, if I don't, missing 1.3 billion project, hydro project in Georgia. It's also a very strategical project for us. Then Tata Power, the big Indian company, who have also already implemented one approximately 500 million project already, again hydro. And Landsvirkjun Power, it's also Iceland state-owned company who is operating already for many years in Iceland and in Europe, and they already stepped in and they already started construction with their new it's actually medium power plant, hydropower plant in Georgia. Thank you very much. This was about, so if it's any questions, of course, ready now or later.
Thanks, Georgi. I'm sure there'll be more questions later. Just a quick note. I mean, you mentioned the hydro potential of Georgia and other renewables. In terms of storage, I mean, how advanced is Georgia in terms of for the energy that's produced in renewables for energy storage, and also the transmission system in terms of getting that renewable energy into the consumers or
Yeah, good questions. First of all, about the other renewables, so there is a 10-year development plan of the Georgian state electricity system, which is saying following that there is a quote for at the moment for, if I don't missing, 300 megawatt wind and 150 megawatts of solar. But in a parallel, if the main big, it's actually three main big hydropower plants will be built, so then we will have increased capacity to integrate the wind and solar, wind 1,300 megawatt and solar 500 megawatt. So in terms of yeah, actually, yes, the network itself, it's quite developed. So, and there is a lot of projects is still ongoing to increase the stability of the network. And in terms of storing the electricity, we have, as you know, probably one of the biggest reservoir dam in post-Soviet countries, I think, with the Nguri. And we are stabilizing our energy with Nguri at least. But we have also another problem with Abkhazia, which is occupied by Russians, and there is actually the dam is on our side and the power plant is on their side, so we have to deal with them together. And we are sharing the electricity which is produced by Nguri.
Well, actually, we're going to stay with in the region, because my next guest is Lasha Uplisavili, the head of energy of real estate of construction practice in BLC law office, and he's going to talk about the cons and pros of developing PPP versus non-PPP projects in Georgia. So we're going to learn some more things about Georgia right now. Lasha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Fine.
And I'll try to share my presentation. 1 second. Okay. Good afternoon once again, dear guests, dear hosts. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you once again at this very important conference, virtually though, but with hope that next year I will have possibility to attend the conference in person or at least with hologram. Just a joke. Considering that there are a few presenters left until the nice evening and a glass of wine, I will try to make my presentation very short and just to the point for the potential investors willing to invest in Georgia and willing to initiate certain power plant projects in our country. So as you all might know, Georgia has signed a DCFTA, which is a deep and comprehensive free trade agreement with the with the EU on 27th of June of 2014. Also, we have signed the protocol of accession to the Energy Community Treaty on 14th of October 2014. And as Georgi also mentioned, we have signed the EU Association Agreement in 2016. So we undertook, and Georgia undertook, to implement European legislation at the domestic level. Due to above, Georgia started implementation of the third energy package based on which number of new laws are already implemented, such as new energy law, new law on energy efficiency, law on renewables, new environmental regulations, and most importantly, the public and private partnership legislation, which is also called as PPP legislation. Actually, my previous presenter, Georgi, already gave you some insight about the investment environment of Georgia and just a broad overview of the country. And I will not repeat it, and I will not stop there. I'll just give you a short insight of a legal framework, how to initiate and how to develop a project once you have identified some very interesting project site. And I will speak about the PPP legislation, PPP law, with its bylaws, and also non-PPP legislation, because these two are the main frameworks of developing projects in our country. So PPP law itself, it's a very broad and general law, it's like an umbrella legislation for PPP acts. And under PPP law, there are a lot of bylaws adopted and to be adopted in future. But most importantly, we have two bylaws, which are decree number 426 of the government of Georgia and decree number 403. First one is about the rules of elaborating the public and private partnership projects. And second one is about the support mechanism of the renewable sources, which is currently feeding premium tariff existing in our country. So I'll just briefly go through both legislative acts. As I mentioned, the PPP law is like an umbrella legislation, but decree number 426 is a specific legislation which gives you specific steps how to develop the public and private partnership project in the country. This bylaw gives us 5 stages of project development, which are initiation of the project, preparation, then selection of the private partner, development of the project, and evaluation of development. So let's just go step by step. For example, let's assume one has identified some project and is willing to initiate it in the country through the PPP legislation. So at the first stage, you have to prepare the pre-feasibility study of the project and submit it to the Ministry of Economy for further discussion. pre-feasibility study should be a very general document, but it should be covering some issues. It should be covering pre-studies, of course, of generation capacity of the project, area, location, geology, hydrology, I mean, wind or whatever project it is. And most importantly, the pre-feasibility study should contain financial information as well, such as project IRR, investment IRR, and required tariff as well, if there is any tariff required. So this is at the initial stage, and you submit this pre-feasibility study to the Ministry of Economy, and then Ministry of Economy has to evaluate the project concept note, which is called PCN. And after Ministry prepares the PCN, which is just a copy-paste of the information you have provided, they send this PCN together with the pre-feasibility study to the Ministry of Finance for fiscal evaluation of the pre-fiscal evaluation of the project, of course. So Ministry of Finance has 1 month to provide its decision over the project, green light or red light, after which the project then goes to the government of Georgia, and the government of Georgia has to approve if Ministry of Finance gives green light, of course. And once the government approves the project, then the initiator, the party who submitted the application, and Ministry of Economy will sit down and will start negotiating to sign the memorandum of understanding over the feasibility study only. It's very, very noteworthy that at the first stage you have to negotiate and sign the feasibility study memorandum with the government, so you don't. This is first stage of development. So after you prepare the feasibility study, which can take up to 12 months or 18 months depending on the project, this feasibility study again will be submitted to the Ministry of Economy, and Ministry of Economy again sends it to the Ministry of Finance. And Ministry of Finance has again 45 days to evaluate the project again, and it again goes to the government for final decision. Then comes third stage. At the third stage, once the government of Georgia evaluates the submitted feasibility study, at the third stage, the government has to decide whether to allow the initiator of the project to go ahead and construct the submitted project or to tender the project. This is very important. I mean, until that stage, the initiator party has no guarantee that it will be selected to the end to construct the project. And if the government decides to tender the project, and in the tender, if the initiator party loses the tender, then that party, the winning party, should reimburse the feasibility study costs to the initiator party. This is third stage, and at the fourth and fifth stage, they were quite straightforward. The winning party has to develop the project, and after development, the government is at the fifth stage. The government is evaluating the operation of the project. So, as I mentioned, through the PPP legislation, there are 2 separate MOUs to be negotiated and signed with the government. The bad side of this is that at the first stage, at the feasibility study stage, you have no guarantee that you will be the selected private partner of the project. But if selected, and once selected, then it's good that you can negotiate any term with the government of Georgia to make the project bankable, starting from tariffs, ending with sovereign immunity. I mean, you can negotiate any term with you're not limited in negotiations. And also the last point in this slide is the possibility of direct negotiation, which I already mentioned at this third stage. If it's an energy project, and so here we're specifically speaking about energy projects, the government has possibility without tendering to allow the initiator party to continue with the construction of the project. Another very important decree is decree number 403, which is about feed-in premium tariff. And this tariff was adopted last year, at the end of last year, and it applies to the renewable sources that have installed capacity of 5 or more megawatt. This feed-in premium tariff is implemented by ESCO, and it implies it implies that after construction of the facility, you can sell your generated electricity for 10 years during 8 winter months, which are January, February, March, April, September, October, November, and December, to ESCO for specific tariff, which is the feed-in premium tariff is 15 US cents, which will be filled if your market tariff is less than 5.5 US cents. And but noteworthy here is also the fact that this regulation 403 also allows different support mechanisms other than this feed-in premium tariff. And this is what I mentioned in the previous regulation. You can negotiate even different tariff mechanisms, like direct guaranteed PPA, maybe with guaranteed tariff, etc. So actually, the government is not limiting itself with the feed-in premium tariff negotiations only. This is about PPP projects. Now, if we move forward with other type of legal framework, which is non-PPP, which is governmental decree number 515, which was adopted in 2018. According to this regulation, you are like a free agent on the market. At the initial stage, you have to do exactly the same. You have to prepare the pre-feasibility study. You have to apply it to the government of, to the Ministry of Economy for initiating the project. But the difference is that after the pre-feasibility study is approved by the Ministry of Finance and the government, you can negotiate signing two-phase MOU directly, because there is no specific assistance required from the government. That's why the project is not PPP project. So you are free to negotiate at the initial stage. Also, the project development terms are quite limited. There are just 3 months to prepare the project at the initial stage, and then the government has 3 months to approve the project. And also, bank guarantee amounts are established, which are to be 5,000 USD per megawatt at the initial feasibility study stage, and 10,000 USD per megawatt in the construction stage. And here I just want to emphasize what is the difference between PPP umbrella legislation and non-PPP legislation. The difference is that in PPP framework, you can ask any kind of assistance from the government of Georgia to make the project bankable. But in the non-PPP regulations, you can only discuss the licensing issues with the government and land issues. Well, I have put this point in the last bullet point because it's not so simple. You know, it's not about that the government will just directly give you land and that's it. Land issue is quite complicated in Georgia because we have land legislation according to which foreign nationals and foreign companies cannot, or local companies with foreign majority investor, majority shareholders cannot own agricultural lands in Georgia. And unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, all the lands where the power plants are to be built are agricultural because, you know, they are in forests and mountains. So that's why this issue is quite complicated. And once negotiating the licenses and lands, licenses part is quite easy. You know, if you qualify for obtaining the license, the government guarantees that you will obtain it. But for land issue, you have to negotiate hard with the government because you also need the guarantee that all lands will be first transferred into non-agricultural, and then they will be converted to non-agricultural, and then transferred to the interested party. So this land issue is a little bit complicated. Now to get back to the topic of my presentation, I wanted to speak about the advantages, cons and pros of PPP versus non-PPP. So to look at what we just said, the advantages of the PPP legislation is tariff, because you can get either a feed-in premium tariff or you can negotiate any other free tariff with the government. And also, you once going at the construction stage, you have the possibility of full-scale negotiation for bankability of the project with the government. You can negotiate any term. And disadvantages of PPP legislation is that it's quite time-consuming due to bureaucracy. And you might have noticed, I mentioned Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, government many times, because the project is going back and forth many times until it gets to the final stage. And also you will have two different MOUs, first feasibility MOU and then construction MOU. And at the feasibility MOU stage, you have no guarantee that you will get you have no official legal guarantee. Of course, you will have some promises and you will have some, high level guarantee, but I'm speaking about legal guarantee. There is no legal guarantee envisaged by the law currently. And if we look at the advantages and disadvantages of non-PPP regulations, you will just look that it's mirrored vice versa. So whatever was advantage in PPPs is disadvantage in non-PPP. For example, advantages of non-PPP is time efficiency, which was disadvantage, and also the fact that you're signing two-phase MOU at once. So you're signing feasibility MOU and construction MOU under one negotiation scenario. And if the project is feasible, you have guarantee that you will get the construction of the project. And disadvantage is that there is no tariff guaranteed. You have to trade on energy trade. You have to trade on markets, and negotiation with the government is only limited to lands and licenses. So these are the major differences and major advantages and disadvantages of the projects.
Great. Thanks, Lasha. I mean, it's very interesting to get the specifics of the license.
I just wanted to add a few words about our company.
Sure.
For the next slide, if I may.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say a few words why we are here and what's our position at the market. We, BLC Law Office, are on the market for more than 20 years already. And since 2008, when the government of Georgia declared energy independence and the energy itself to be the highest priority for the country, we've been involved in almost 80% of ongoing projects in the country. And this number is not coming only from our records. The international legal guides are also considering the BLC in Georgia to be one of the top tier law firms and very experienced in energy. And our position at the local market in energy field is quite appreciated. So this is very briefly a few words about us. Thank you. If you have any questions or you need any feedback,
yeah, we'll get some questions at the end because I have to move to my next speaker. But it's very interesting to get the specifics because definitely you know the Georgian market very well and also from a legal perspective. So, I think to our audience it's been very informative for people who are interested in public private partnerships. Actually, we're going to discuss PPPs also with our next speaker, Thorvald Spangard. He's the Global Project Director of European Energy. And he's going to focus more about between private and finance and PPPs for the green transition in the Romanian renewables market. Thorvald, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we are, I also have a presentation I think will come online in a second, but I think my focus will be a little bit more general. We are not in Ukraine, we are not in Georgia yet. It might come. It was very interesting to listen to. I think my colleague over here is more active in that area. We are in Romania, we are in Bulgaria, we are a little bit in Croatia, Poland, and Greece. So my presentation will cover a little bit how we look at bankability on the PPA side, on the offtake side, and how that really guides our activity as a private commercial developer. Yeah, so this is a repetition from a previous presentation. If you were not here, but basically we are a Danish developer of solar and wind, onshore, offshore, and we also taking the first steps into downstream technologies, power to X, as I explained earlier. What we look at is how to finance without subsidies. I mean, feed-in tariffs and CFDs are certainly positive, and we are also doing that both in Germany and Brazil and Poland and elsewhere. But it also happens we opt out of them simply because the political risks or other risks associated with those are simply too large. And I think those markets where you can both go to a CFD, a PPA with a government or a government utility, but also have the opportunity to go private PPA are the ones that are most attractive for a commercial player like ourselves. The Polish market, of course, comes to mind. You have a very good auction system once a year, but you also have the opportunity to enter into private PPAs on a well-functioning wholesale market. That's very interesting from our perspective. Yeah, that's some small letters here. That's impossible to read, I think, for anyone. But the point is, when we look at how we fund, we of course fund our pipeline. We of course have a funding on the development side, which is equity. We have a funding of the construction, and of course also during the operation. From our side, we take a little bit of a combined look. During the construction, we can both do a project finance or construction finance, where of course the construction finance is on balance and the project finance is off balance. And then in any case, during the operational life, we will flip a construction financing into a long-term SPV or off-balance financing. And to do that, we of course need a bankable offtake. We look for CFDs. It's not all CFD systems that are bankable. I look forward to seeing the Romanian one that I understand is coming quite soon. There's also a CFD system in Denmark, which we do not participate in. We don't consider it bankable, actually. So we are just doing our Danish projects on a purely commercial basis with PPAs with Apple, Google, and these types of off-takers. So we need to look, of course, at the commercial risk on a PPA. We need to understand the off-taker, who it is, what is the credit rating, what are the guarantees in place, where is this company 5, 7, 10, 12 years down the road. We also look at the commercial risks. So if it is a CFD or feed-in tariff, we have to look at the political risk, the things mentioned before by Gregory in terms of the rule of law, how good it is to do business, but also currency and FX risk. Can you transfer currency between countries freely? Is the tariff in a local currency? Is it pegged to the euro, pegged to the dollar? And how does it actually work in the details? Who is paying out the tariff? Is it a utility? Is it a state-owned utility? Is it a sub-sovereign where you can actually say this is the country risk, or is it something else? So in South Africa, for instance, where they had a lot of problems with delayed payments, we have to simply take a look at that. And then always understand, even if we opt in to a CFD, what is the alternative? So if 2 years down the road it doesn't work, is there a functioning wholesale market so you can evacuate your power to a commercial operator? That is really also important for us to understand. Then if there is a market, then what do you do? How does it work? Do you have a intraday market? Do you have balancing partners that are reliable and have a fair, let's say, risk assessment of the balancing risk and cost? We of course also look at what are the bankability requirements from IFIs, EBRD, other players, active commercial banks, of course. Is EU funding available, whether it's modernization or anything else, is also an interesting subject coming up. And what requirements do they have in terms of where the power goes? And of course, the more normal ESG requirements. So, I think it's on its way. There you go. So maybe this is a little bit basic, but of course a PPA is a long-term contract to supply the energy with some kind of fixed element. It can be a financial hedge. It can be a physical PPA where it can be sleeved PPA. There are many ways to do it. It really also depends on the regulatory framework. and it's we've done a number of different ones, whether it's auctions or corporate PPAs or utility PPAs. I think a lot of the time the fastest PPA you can do is a financial hedge, basically, where you simply trade positions and then you still underneath that evacuate the power to on a day-to-day basis to the grid system. If you do a corporate PPA, then off-takers would typically take over the physical responsibility for the power at the point of connection. It doesn't have to be like that, but that's the most normal thing. And then, of course, the auction systems really vary. So this is just an example. We have done a couple of PPAs with Apple computers, both on the basis of wind energy and also on the basis of solar energy. Long-term PPAs. It doesn't say the amount, but long-term PPAs in Denmark for data centers to supply those with green energy. What's also worth considering is private wire or behind the meter PPAs. Those can be attractive because you can circumvent the national regulations and rules. You basically co-locate your generation with the customer, and then you basically have a private wire to their facility. From a bankability perspective, that can be a problem in the sense that you will typically sell the entire amount of the power to this only customer, and maybe even for the entire lifetime of the facility. Typically, it's heavily, or it can be heavily regulated. What are the requirements to do this? Can you do it? Are there any transmission costs? Do you still need to connect to the public grid? And even when you get to that point, you also have to think about the bankability. Will the banks accept that you only have one off-taker and no physical possibility to offload to the public market? That can also be a problem if you can't. So on the one hand, you can circumvent some of the regulatory challenges, but you also have to deal with bankability in any case, because you basically then have only one off-taker for the life of the project. On top of that, security packages, ownership, lease structures, and all these things can be quite complicated. The physical PPA is basically, or a sleeve PPA is a PPA where you have a physical offtake of the electrons, so to say, at the POC. It's a very long document, heavily negotiated into the very last details, a lot of responsibility discussions, who does what at what level. So it requires a lot of knowledge about how the actual market works, and typically also a certain maturity in the market to actually address all the issues that you need to address. And that's why a lot of times you actually go to the financial PPA. A financial PPA is a little bit different. It's, as I said, it's more like a hedge, a financial hedge, a derivative. So you exchange positions, and or a virtual PPA it's also called. But you would still, as a generator, maintain the daily responsibility to offload the physical power to the grid under the rules that apply. If you have a financial PPA, you would typically also have a discussion about the basis risk, because if you change positions, you have to discuss what positions are you actually exchanging. Is it a national North Pool, for instance, price level, or is it a localized price level? Do you trade on the basis of an 8760 profile, or do you trade on the basis of a baseload profile? All these things can also be quite detailed, and also from a accounting perspective quite challenging, but still it's a shorter process to negotiate and to settle, even though you take on typically some more risk. And I think that's it. So unless there are any further questions from Costa's side, I will simply just say thank you here.
Great, thanks so much, Arvold. And you obviously you explained very well the potential of for the Romanian renewable market, and also, but explaining also the But we're going to move over to Magnus, because from Norway, because Johansen, he's the Vice President of Energy, and he's going to talk about mobilizing private finance for renewable energy in the Black Sea from a developer perspective. And Magnus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Does it work?
Yeah, okay, super. Very good. It's good coming after Torvald, because now it's almost like he has shown how the food is made and I can just pour some spice on top. And also we had a presentation yesterday, so I'll keep this one very brief. And I think, as a reminder for everyone, we're a Norwegian developer who currently have assets in Southeast Europe. And we have currently 2 projects in Ukraine, totaling 600 megawatts, either in operational construction, and we're targeting to have around or above 2 gigawatts by 25 in the Southeast European region. And I think the different markets, when you talk about investment climate, I mean, to say it in a very simple way, it's all about the cost of capital. Which reflects the investment climate. And depending on the climate, you will have different financing structures, of which we have some different examples. And it will be interesting also to, everything is about the demand side. How is the risk profile of procuring electricity? The supply side, developing a project, is quite similar in different markets, of course, with some red tapes here and there, for example, like we have in Ukraine, for example. And in other markets, it might be easier. But I mean, if we compare the different countries we're in right now, we have one project in Ukraine, Syvash, which we financed with the DFI financing. This was in 19. The cost of debt back then was around 6 to 7%. Which come among others because the DFIs bring a certain lower element of financing cost when they come in, and they try to boost the renewables development, because you need to, as was mentioned by Torvald, try to reduce the subsidy amount. And then we have a second project, Sofia, in Ukraine, which we are now sort of building and financing at the same time. That has a more expensive profile, because basically the turmoil that was mentioned by Alexandra before. And actually we can see that the cost of debt there is about 3% higher than for Syvash. So you can actually say that the retroactive dynamic that has happened in Ukraine, plus a few other things, has cost about 3% of interest rate, which is a very good and tangible example of how, when you do certain things as a governmental entity, it comes back in positive or negative ways. And obviously the finance markets, they remember things for some time, so it will probably take Ukraine some years before they start to go back to what it was before 19, and then to continue going at even more cheaper levels of financing compared to that. If you look at some of the other markets we have, we are of course expecting lower cost of financing there because of the lower risk profile. And I think also what we expect is different offtake strategies. And that is partly because of this graph, which obviously we love. I think European energy the same. This basically is, as we talked about yesterday a lot, it's a wake-up call for everyone who's buying electricity, and especially if you're big, and especially if you are buying electricity that will be where you will be impacted by the CBAM, the mechanism, carbon tax structure. So I think seeing this graph where you have prices of electricity almost doubling, and they'll probably not come back to the level you saw before, it will basically mean that it probably will be easier to be a developer, because the demand side will start to be more actively trying to find better ways of procuring electricity. And that's also why you will probably have, in the different markets we're in now, different offtake alternatives with different risk profiles, and with also different financing structures, where for example, in Ukraine, we have focused on the public offtake model, which is it's the highest risk model as we have, and also it is with the highest subsidy element, so that's interlinked. And I think if, for example, you look at the markets in Greece and Romania, you are no longer dependent on DFI financing. In Serbia, which is a bit quasi in between, we are speaking with the EBRD, but we can also potentially engage with commercial financing. So that obviously indicates a bit the risk profile. And I think, I mean, in general, I always like to make the anecdote that every country is a car, and you want to go from A to B. B is the green future, which everybody wants, and everyone talks about it, and it's our children's future, etc. And in the car, you have the driver, which is the government. I mean, the executive body, the parliament, etc. The regulatory elements, and then you have the vehicle, the engine is basically us. I mean, companies like ourselves, together with the financiers, and depending on what fuel the government put into the car, we will drive and take it so far and so fast. And what will be interesting now is maybe that, I mean, we haven't had a history of, there are many various examples in emerging markets, which the Baltic Sea, this region is. But if you then would substitute the driver with someone private, it might be actually that the car will go quicker in some of these markets. So it'll be very interesting to monitor and see what will be offtake outcomes for this region in the next couple of years. So I think that's very short from my side.
Thanks, Magnus. And actually, I want to have a question for both you and Thorvald. I mean, Thorvald from European Energy, he knows Danish market, and you with Emergy, from Norway. Do you have all the know-how and the experience? Because all the Nordic countries are kind of very ahead in green energy. And I was wondering, for you, Thorvald, in Romania, and you, Magnus, for example, in Ukraine and Georgia, what are the main challenges? I mean, what kind of experience and know-how can your companies bring into those regions and into more emerging kind of new markets?
I think, this beyond, yeah, I think that let's see how the CFD system is designed. I think that's one issue. Does it meet the criteria of banks? I understand some banks are involved, so maybe that's not a problem. On the PPA side, I think we have a lot of experience in a lot of models. I think, as I understand it, you can say the Romanian PPA market and on the legislative side is a little bit immature. I also think that the balancing market needs to learn to accommodate a lot of solar energy. There's some wind today. There's, of course, a lot of other sources, but you need an efficient market also on the balancing side to make it competitive. So I think we will see a combination of financial hedges combined with, because that's simply the simplest from a regulatory perspective. So we've seen a lot of those, I think, quite soon. Then it'll be a very interesting discussion to see to what extent you can get normal commercial financing on that. What levers can you get on a financial PPA with a, let's say, a retail trader, energy trader, combined with a day-to-day offtake into the market? What is the balancing? Can you get a bankable balancing agreement? I think would be quite interesting to see. So I think this will be the most obvious route to market, I think, for many developers who are not either simply taking the power in-house or going the CFD route. But I think that the fact that both options will be available quite soon is a very strong starting point for the Romanian market. It's simply so comforting and de-risking from a developer perspective that you can see several ways to do this. Mm-hmm. It's simply necessary. So you're not making yourself too dependent on any particular political development. And then I think we will monitor very much how the power market as such goes. Also on the demand side. Mm-hmm. I mean, now we're talking demographics and economic development. We're talking in industrial development, how to see the import-export also to other markets. To what extent will it mirror the Hungarian market and so on in terms of understanding what positions to take. So I think the future is very, very exciting for the Romanian market, but I think financial PPAs are probably one of the quickest routes for most projects in the near future.
Magnus?
Yeah, I mean, the governments of these countries actually have a very sweet period, actually, because I mean the financial markets are screaming for green investments, which is watering down into companies like ourselves or to the big banks, etc. So I mean the supply side is there. It's evident, and there's actually even in some markets a lot of competition, right? So it's really about how do you manage the demand, and as a government. So that's why it will be interesting to see if the governments of these countries will be able to set up that demand in a good way so that you get efficient rollout of more projects, or if to some degree the private sector does that because the government is not doing it in a sufficient way.
Before we move to our last speaker, I have a question from the audience, which actually directed to Georgi. He says, what's the top 3 challenges in Georgian HPP development?
Okay. First of all, I forgot also to mention, so we never had the problems like Alexandra was mentioning that about the offtake and payments from the PPAs and from the government side. So maybe in the beginning it takes time before the agreement and negotiating all the terms, but if it's agreed, then it's 400% fulfilled, so never any day of delay of the payment. The most challenging at the moment is actually we have also big protests from the social part and from the locals of the construction of the big hydropower plants. Actually already big and small and medium also, but it started with the big one. And we as the association, so I forgot also to mention in the beginning, we are an association who is uniting 32 at the moment, actually 70% of the developers and investors in the country, approximately. And we as an association now are working very actively about the public awareness increase and communication, how important is the renewable energy for our country, and so on and so on. And we spoke also yesterday, so there is always the doubts or the ideas that these protests are also orchestrated and are driven, and it's not, you know, it's that's artificially driven actually by our neighbors who doesn't want to become our country independent. So actually, I think this is the at the moment the biggest challenge. And at the other side, the legislation, as you said, it's yeah, it is attractive, but with the new incentive, I think it will take a little bit time to get used to it for investors, you know, with this new feed-in premium and new day-ahead market. So we are actually reforming our market absolutely, including the balancing market and everything. And in this reforming period, it's actually quite challenging or quite risky for foreign investors to step in before you don't understand the full rules of the game, how it's driven. Although they are the old investors, you know, who get used to it, and the local ones, they are still continuing to invest in the hydro energy. I think these two ones.
Great. My last speaker is Radu Dudau. He's the co-founder and director from Energy Policy Group. He's going to talk about the Romanian clean energy transition and policy recommendations. I saw that we had Radu earlier. I don't know if he's available. He's going to be joining us online. Radu,
I am available. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, perfectly. Yes.
Good. Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me in this interesting panel on renewables in the Black Sea region. I think it's a very timely discussion. And Before I start, just a few words about EPG. We are an independent think tank on energy and climate policy based in Bucharest. And our focus is the clean energy transition, respect in which renewables are a major component. Now, I'd like to start by noticing that we're witnessing a new momentum for renewable energy sources in Romania in terms of investor interest. We know from various industry sources that there is a boom in developments taking place. There's no less than about 20 gigawatts worth of new investment, new developments in wind and solar in Romania, which is a remarkable effort. Of course, only a fraction of this will become, at the end of the day, real renewable capacity, but nonetheless, the interest is immense. Now, obviously, there are a few factors that are still holding back concrete projects, but on balance, there are both, elements of progress and still some hindrances. On the upside, I'm going to start with the project of this new governmental emergency ordinance that is going to change the energy law in Romania. Basically, they will introduce into the legal text the possibility of closing PPAs in Romania, which is a long-awaited development. PPAs are going to move ahead drastically the market and investments in renewables. Although the European legislation has allowed for it for the past year, the fact that this has not been transposed into Romanian legislation made market actors hesitant. We saw one noticeable PPA closed outside of the centralized market that gave a useful signal, but now this is going to become uncontroversial, allowed under the law. So that's one good development. Another one also under the same bill is that there's going to be increased pressure on the transport system operator to really act on its own development plans. The energy regulator will be empowered to take measures if the TSO is not realizing its own investment plan, which is very important because the fact that the power grid has been lagging behind has turned into a main hindrance for further renewable investments in the country. And thirdly, there is now a clear prospect for CFDs coming to fruition. We know that now from the recently published National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, that 2023 is a deadline for those instruments to be effective in Romania as well. So we'll be able to see auctions, so CFD-based auctions for renewable capacities in Romania, which is something that should have happened already. On a less optimistic note, I'd like to notice that access to the modernization fund, which is, for those not really familiar with the EU policy lingo, an instrument dedicated for Central and Eastern European member states to facilitate their clean energy transitions, financed by means of CO2 allowances. So this modernization fund, which for Romania alone is probably due to exceed 10 billion euros at today's CO2 costs in Europe, is not being acting upon in a timely manner, and also not in a sufficiently transparent manner. The fact that the government has still not laid out a clear guideline, transparent for all market participants to access the funds of the modernization fund, is worrisome, and this should change. It cannot be that the government sends to the fund manager, which is the European Investment Bank, lists of investments which are drawn in lack of transparency and refer almost exclusively to state-owned companies. So we should have this openness and transparency. Other than that, the signals we're getting are that investors are not going to wait for the modernization fund and even for CFDs. We see a strong potential for merchant projects in Romania, especially from larger scale, large portfolio investors. And I think the main element is about to happen, namely the uncontroversial possibility to close PPAs in Romania, which is due to become law, as I said, quite soon. So these are the elements favorable to renewables that I wanted to notice, and yeah, also a couple of ones that the government should act upon swiftly. If there are any questions, I'll be willing to take them. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And now we're going to move on to questions. My question first is to Alexandra and also Georgi. I mean, you mentioned the legislative challenges in Ukraine and Georgia, and I was wondering what kind of lessons can the Ukraine and Georgia learn from the EU, and how can the EU model in a way could that facilitate in a way the legislation in Ukraine for facilitating investment in the country?
Well, thank you for the question. Definitely, Ukrainian policymakers, market players, civil society organizations, we monitor all the success stories in policy making in European neighboring countries and European Union in general to implement the best practices in our country. However, we still understand that it is not just about the policy making, it is not just about the opportunities for the investors, technical opportunities or so on. It is also the maturity of the electricity market, and it still needs time, and it needs experience and of course engagement of all the parties. So from one side, we continue the development of the of the regulatory mechanisms, we as NGO, we do not have such power to make in one day something, but still we promote the sustainable policy regulation due to the success stories of our neighboring countries and the European Union in general. From another side, we call the market players and stakeholders of Ukraine with the joint efforts to develop the electricity market for its sustainable work, because it is a huge part which impacts the renewable energy as well.
Yeah, I would say in Georgia we are quite far already with the harmonization with the EU legislation, and especially giving over this year there was also a lot of reforms and changing of the market rules, which is giving a lot of power to the independent regulator, Georgian KNERC, and of course it is a very positive move, because actually it is attracting more and more Western-oriented investors, and because also of the liberalizing market, as I said, you know, and it's also more understandable and clear picture for Western investors how it is started, how independent is the market, how transparent is the price, and so on and so on. But at the other side, of course, during this transition period, so we need also to adapt to the local needs, and as always the reforming process is a little bit painful, and of course my members and we as the association are in very active communication, I mean, with the government. So in this last couple of months we have regularly bi-weekly meetings with governmental bodies to lobby and transist our opinions about one or another reforms which is going on in the country. And I think so by the end of the year already on the paper will be almost most of the part already harmonized and regulated, and then the next year will be also challenging, because this fine-tuning and experience which we should gain, what can we just directly copy-paste from a European law, or what needs a little bit adoption.
Radu, regarding Romania and in terms of legislation, I mean, obviously Romania is part of the EU, but in terms of what kind of steps that do they need to facilitate the investment through legislation?
Well, as I said, I think the main steps are already being undertaken. Again, the fact that market participants will be able to close PPAs. Romania has long been an outlier in the European Union because PPAs were not allowed under the law. Every transaction, a power transaction, had to be closed on the centralized market OPCOM, and this was well, a bit unusual, and hit particularly developers of renewable energy sources who had a hard time ensuring the bankability of their investments. So this is one thing, and the other one is the upcoming framework for contracts for difference for renewables. This has been under conversation for several years now, but it's becoming well, more concrete. I understand that already by the end of this year, we will have a draft about the CFD's framework in public consultation. This again is encouraging because it will offer a competitive basis for renewable investments that also confers the needed price predictability to the investors. Other than that, there is a host of available financial instruments for renewable investors, EU funds mostly. I was just noticing that the government is unfortunately a bit lagging behind. So I trust that they will get their act together, and already by next year we have a more comprehensive and transparent framework that ensures the access of investors, all market participants, basically, to instruments such as the Modernization Fund, which is destined especially for the energy sector investments in the energy transition.
Great. Is Lasha still with us? Do we to get a comment?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yes, basically, I totally agree with Georgi and Alexandra, I suppose, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, as Georgi already mentioned, all the core legal acts, like laws, are already in place and implemented on the domestic level. And this implementation and elaboration of the legislation was done with involvement of the European experts that were actually involved in EU while elaborating the respective directives. So we expected all the success stories from Europe should be brought to Georgia and implemented. But as regards to test the regulations in practice, now it's a period of elaborating bylaws under the umbrella laws. And as already has been mentioned many times, this new market model will be effective, will start working from next year. So it's not tested in practice yet. But what I can say, our expectation is that we have all the success stories should be copied from EU to our countries.
Great. As this is the last session of Energy Week Black Sea 2021, I wanted to go around my guests here, or in person here in Bucharest, and if you have any questions from what you listened from the other speakers, and as well as kind of closing statements on, about for what we discuss about the investment climate today, but also for the last 2 days, obviously Romania, we are here in Bucharest, was covered very extensively, but also Ukraine, Georgia, Turkey. We discussed, the potential of the whole Black Sea region. So, Alexandra, I wanted to start with you. If you have any questions for the rest of the speakers, or and also some closing, quick closing statements.
Thank you so much for giving me first the word. Ladies first, of course. Well, first of all, I would like to say huge thanks to organizers, to Inessa, to your colleagues, to your team for such a great conference. It was highly appreciated by me and my members who had the opportunity to follow the conference. Of course, market players in Ukraine, we tried to make the promotion of this valuable event to investors in the renewable energy sector, and I believe it was really informative, with experience exchange, knowledge experience exchange of the region. And well, for now, I don't have questions, to be honest. It was quite informative and comprehensive presentations of speakers of our session, and actually by other speakers during these 2 days. I'm happy to have that I had a wonderful networking, so I have contacts for the further communications. Maybe as the closing remarks, I would like to say to wish market players success in your job, and success to investors who investigate new markets, sometimes which are not very much sustainable. However, I really appreciate your trust, your belief in countries which are developing and have the emerging markets. So good luck to us, success to us, and call to market players and stakeholders with joint efforts to do everything which is possible to make our market sustainable and with a huge part of the renewables. Thank you again.
Georgi?
Yeah, I have to join with the thank you, first of all, to Inessa and to his team, and to be part of this conference and every year. And I think it's very important to sharing also the experience. You know, it is a good experience or even bad experience that we can learn from each other, and then we can implement the best practices in our countries, and especially in our developing countries. So question. Yeah, maybe to our colleagues, what could be the most important guarantee to start investing, for example, in Georgia? It is the financial part, or the, I don't know, the PPAs, or other, I mean, or financial guarantees, or is it something else which can our driver of the car, our government can offer to the private investors from northern part of the Europe?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Maybe Magnus, you can also, I hope, comment. You're a little bit closer, but I think from my side, it's been a couple of very good days, and I think the area, the region is should have a lot of development of renewable energy in the future. I mean, both to tackle climate change, but certainly also to it certainly also plays into national security policy. I mean, the fact that by renewable energy you can be self-sufficient, I think is quite an important point for many countries in the region. So for those reasons, I hope that stable investment climates can be provided, and that, as Magnus said earlier, that the demand side is solved in a way that makes it attractive, also not just for one project, but for a project year after year. I mean, if you go into a market, you don't want to learn the ropes, learn how it works, and then leave again the year after. So having something that is stable, when you can see there's a national policy committed to a renewable rollout over the next 10, 20, 30 years, I think for us is important, because we want to invest, we want to have local staffing, we want to learn how to do it, and to make that investment you need to be able to see that it's not just one project, 1 year, but a continuous development. But maybe you have further perspectives on that.
You're sharing the full ingredients list for the dinners. It's very good. I don't have to add too much more. We had, I mean, we are open for all the countries in the region, and we're monitoring it. We had our top management visiting Georgia actually some time ago. So I mean, it's only about if there's an opportunity with demand, then we're happy to go in and look more.
Maybe also just add one final comment. I mean, sometimes local government also has to think about how you integrate foreign investors. I mean, are you kind of in a regulatory way favoring local players? And how do you allow the competition to come in and play a role? How do you allow the technology and know-how that I think we have based on our experience? How do you allow for that to play a role? Because sometimes it can be difficult, because sometimes the cards can be stacked against you simply for historic reasons. But I think if you really want us to come in and play a role on completely market terms, you also have to make sure there's an even playing field.
I know you were both of you were answering Georgi's question, but do you have any questions for the other speakers, or any closing, any remarks after 2 days of discussion? Thorvald and then Magnus.
Well, I might have some questions, but I'll take them offline, I think.
Okay. Magnus, any closing statements or any thoughts?
I think what I said before, the combination of market price dynamics, lower cost of renewables, European push, which it's excellent policy drive. It will force, gravity always wins in the end. So I think, gravity is a green future.
Great. On that note, actually ran out of time. I want to thank the organizers also, and Inessa and Victoria, for inviting me here and having the pleasure to moderate the first and the last panel of this conference. I'm Kostas Geropoulos, and the Energy and Russian Affairs Editor for New Europe. We cover the region quite extensively, the Black Sea. So it was a pleasure to be here. I learned a lot of things, and also we had a lot of interesting discussion with my speakers on the two panels. I wanted to say that I wish good luck to the region, and I think there is a lot of potential here, and I look forward in our next meeting to see how it has advanced over the next year, and to meet again in Bucharest.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this great session. And as the conference comes to its close, I'd like to thank all the participants for participation, both offline and online. It really takes a joint effort to make an event possible during this challenging and, to be honest, strange times. So thank you very much for staying with us, especially for those people who were able to travel or to join offline. And we do completely understand that for some people it was safer to be online this time, but we really hope to see you offline in person next year. So you're all very important part of the event success. It's been great to see an increased number of foreign developers and investors interested in the market. We have a Norwegian developer, Emergy, with us, and European Energy from Denmark. We also had representatives from investors and developers such as Elementum Energy, Acciona, Northland Power, Low Carbon, Verbund Green Power, just to name a few. So it's a great, great signal. It's been a great pleasure to cooperate with the most advanced and powerful renewable energy associations in the region. Alexandra, thank you very much. It's been great pleasure to cooperate with European Ukrainian Energy Agency. Georgi, I think you're doing a great job in Georgia. Thank you for supporting, and we're always happy to support Georgian Renewable Energy Association. But we also had with us Ukrainian Wind Energy Association, and also Wind Georgia, and also Turkish Wind Energy Association. So it's always great to cooperate with associations, knowing that we share a same mission of connecting authorities and foreign investors for the mission of fostering deployment of renewables in our countries. So thank you very much, Kostas. Thank you so much for being with us and covering the event sort of on the ground. Thank you to you personally and to New Europe. And we also have Claudia from Sea Energy, again covering the event from on site. But also we had a lot of media partners and lots of great articles coming. I've seen a couple, they're really great, and more to come. Thank you to media partners as well. Thank you for all the representatives from the ministries, regulatory authorities, off-takers, utilities from 5 countries, consultants. It's really important for us to see you all here and to make sure we are in a position to connect stakeholders, again, as I said, to which we believe helps to foster deployment of renewable energy. I would like also to thank team members of Romanian Energy Center. We would definitely not be able to do this without your support. Thank you guys so much. I'd like to thank actually the team of Investing Network working and supporting the event from the UK and Russia at the moment, supporting it online. I would like also to thank all of our local contractors working on site, especially Boof Media for providing the smooth streaming experience. I'd like to invite all of you to join us for a small cocktail reception. And just to reiterate that we are going to share with you the presentations and photos. I've already got photos from day 1 and they look great. So I will share them probably like Monday latest. Thank you so much once again, and let's just network and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.